Evening. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Happy Leprechaun Show, the show with the happiest leprechaun, or at least I hope to be one day again, playing video games and doing other stuff. We're continuing with playing Persona 4 Golden. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Junus, I think. Yeah.
Yep. Let's go.
I don't know if I have a magician. I gotta load anyway. I think I fucked up.
Welcome.
That bitch hasn't protested anything her whole fucking life. That bitch just in her mansion all day and fucking does nothing. Come on. Pretty much. Oops. That was hilarious. Ba 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 ba. Whatever.
Yo! You make me real.
You're back. Ah.
Excuse me. Ah, my hair. God damn it. Let's see. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, I don't have a hanged one. I didn't think it's a hanged one. Oh, cool. Don't know about. Uh, oops. Oh, wait, hold on. Phew! Fuck.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Lord. Whew.
I'll see you again.
Welcome back.
Oh. Doubt it.
Ah,
Oh, it's raining. Fuck. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Pretty sure I don't have the sun, but we'll see. Fool, boosters, chariot, temper, neon, devil, hover, magician. I need a sub persona. Why can't he make anything that has fucking... She would be the cheapest one. I technically don't need Priestess anymore because I think Priestess is... Let me just check real quick. I think the Priestess is Yukiko, and I think I've already completely... Yeah, okay, so I don't need Priestess anymore. So I can do the Priestess one and still be fine. Forgot I was listening to a short and I couldn't figure out why I was hearing the same thing over and over again. Something to listen to. Isn't that what I have right here? Oh. Wait, no. This is the one that does medium, yeah. It's one good thing about when you start to like fill up the, when you start to like complete the social links, you don't have to carry around that personas anymore from this. You can start doing whatever you want with them. Uh, need to do? Oh, yeah, I need to go hang out with the sun for the sun thing, right? Wait, did I get rid of this? Hmm. If I can only get one that's at 40 or 37, it's not really worth it. Uh, I'll buy that one, dude. It's the only one I have. I don't want to make another one because I'm not on level for me to be able to make. I'll be right back. I'll go to this bathroom quick. Oh, was I saving? Whatever. Anyway. Where was I going? Oh yeah, I gotta go spend some. But no. Oh, my ball. That's cool.
I see.
I think this lady says the same thing every time you talk to her.
Welcome. Morning.
Yo. So are you ready for the trip yet? This guy won't shut.
Yosuke-senpai hasn't even started packing. He's all like, was that tomorrow? Someone...
You are way too excited about this. I mean, you're even worried about how many boxes of animal crackers do. We're only gonna be there for 2 nights, dude. Besides, I'm pretty sure they...
You're serious? I've never really left this place, so... Huh. I wonder if the murders here got... Like that Mitsuo Kubo dude. They're still showing... Every time I switch on the tube, the news is The freaking media is slapping together anything they can find to make the dude look like a born... People think they can say anything they want about a guy who's been branded a criminal. I mean, but I don't know. After getting involved with all this, I started to realize how it's so messy.
Well, hey. Yo,
Good morning.
Oh yeah, I'm on duty today. Well,
Oh, I've been streaming for an hour. That's crazy. Time flies. I feel like I just started this shit.
Huh? Let's go.
I want to say I'm ranked. This will be ranked 5 if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. I think she's the last one. Yeah.
oh.
Hold on one second. I'm probably gonna have to reload this because I think I messed up on something. Oh, I guess this was it. Oh well. I'll redo it real quick and as soon as I get out of this thing. I thought I needed somebody else, but Oops, no, no, no. No.
Huh? Let's go. Hey,
Something that's not
Sensei.
sweet and is not water. Okay.
Oh!
Hopefully everybody's having a good Tuesday. Hopefully everybody's week has gone well so far. It's kind of early, but still. Appreciate everybody hanging out with your boy today and playing some video games.
Whoa!
Yo,
Subbuttle to you?
Gee.
Subbuttle. Subbuttle. That's some Derek type shit right there. I tell you what. Tell you what, now that's some Derek shit right there.
I see. Um,
Uh, yeah, I can't do anything anyway. I gotta go sleep.
Whoa, what's up with this place? This school's way too big. Wait, if we...
Well, next I will explain about our fine educational institution and the reasons for its establishment.
Oh, is this principal in love with Chie?
Our school is closed today, but because of this rare opportunity for cultural exchange, some of our students will walk you through these halls.
Thank you, Principal. Welcome to GeckoCon High School. My name is Chihiro Fushimi. I'm a third-year student and the student council president here at GeckoCon. It's an honor to meet you all today.
Holy crap, that girl's unbelievable.
Yeah, you're right. She is cute.
I gotta say,
Oh,
she's the
my
most
bad.
bewitching,
You guys, stop overreacting. time our school has invited another student body for a true cultural exchange. To learn about others is to learn about oneself, and is the first step on the road to self-betterment. This I believe. To ensure a worthwhile experience for each and every one of you, we will do our best to help you accomplish that. So let us... She beat me in every category.
All right. Everyone get into groups with your classmates.
Oh no. Excuse me. This is today's schedule for everyone. Could you... I forgot to do it. Sorry to be so disorganized. And you all came so far.
Oh, they don't tell me.
No, I'm still struggling. Even with everyone, I used to get nervous very easily, and I once had a phobia. In fact, I didn't write the speech on my own. One of the former student council presidents helped me. She was the president my first year here, and she was amazing. I always looked up to her. I should call her later and tell her the speech was a Oh, I have some...
Did I just hear her say special? We came all this way to be lectured?
Let's see. It's being taught by someone named Mr. Edogawa. The lecture's about...
Kaba what?
You don't know?
So, when's our free...
We have classes all through today. Tonight and tomorrow we'll be staying at a hotel. We'll have free time tomorrow and the day after until we leave at noon.
You gotta be...
Come on, guys. Let's focus on our studies for now, so we can enjoy our free time later.
Quababala.
Alrighty, here we are. The we'll be staying.
Is this really a regular hotel?
So, what do you think? It was me who found this place. It just opened not too long ago. It's got that modern look. Personally, I think it...
We're staying here?
I mean, there is hella garbage right there. I don't know. I mean, I remember playing this for the first time and was like, this place don't seem too bad. But I mean, you only see it from like, you know, how you were looking at it. But there is, now that I look at it, this is hella trash right there. That's pretty gross.
I mean, the sign says hotel, but...
It opened recently. Dude, this totally looks like a love...
You there, don't just stand there. Keep marching in.
Isn't there something...
Is there? We don't have these modern hotels in Inaba, so I can't tell.
This area is called Shirakawa Boulevard, and...
That's all right, Rise. I don't think I want to know.
This is cool. If they were to meet me, I wonder, what would the look on Yosuke's face be?
Who's that? Look, up there!
It can't be.
Teddy?
The lonely bear inside of me went...
If only I could detect people in the real world.
How'd you get here? Do you have some...
I took the train. I swore off Topsicles and saved up the money I got working at Juno. I knew where you were going thanks to Yosuke. You guys have free time tomorrow, right? No use hiding it.
How in the world did you make it here look... I mean, why wear the bear suit here?
I almost got thrown in the trash a couple times. But I kept hanging on to the promise Chie-chan made to go on a date with me. That's what gave me strength.
Good job. Did I promise that? Oh, yeah. I do remember saying that I'd go.
Whee! You remember, Chie-chan? Is it okay with Yuki-chan and Rise-chan too?
Let's all go together then. Is that all right?
I've been here before, so I'll show you. I guess we can go shopping first. And I know a great place we can hit later on.
Ooh, shop!
The other students don't know Port Island that well, so they're just gonna go wherever the school recommends.
Well, I guess a shopping spree beats a factory tour. Now, before the fun starts, we gotta deal with this guy.
Can't you sleep outside for the night? That suit should keep you nice and...
Cruelty to animals! You don't know how much trouble I went. I took the slow train all this way!
Now, you kids aren't bickering about your room. What's the matter? Oh! All right, now hurry on and... By the way, these rooms are amazing. But don't flip the wrong switch when you're turning on the lights, or your bed will start spinning.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm exhausted. For so many reasons.
I gotta pee.
Oh, that's okay.
Whoa! So this is a...
Woo! I'm totally ready for this!
There's nothing like this back home.
Is it permitted for high school students such as yourselves to be here?
What? Dude, look who's talking. You were here before we were. That's right. I guess if the first years came on the trip, you'd be here too.
The clientele here seems above board.
Huh? You're leaving?
Why don't you join us?
Are you asking me to stay?
Uh-huh.
Well, I was really eager to talk to you.
How about it?
Huh? What?
That's not true.
Wait here. I'll go reserve the area upstairs for us.
Okay. Wait, what?
Yep. Don't worry. I think I can pull...
What's wrong?
That ain't it.
Are you sure this is all right? No. 2 years ago, when I had a secret show here, the power went out in the middle of it, and the gig... They still owe me from then, so they're willing to put this one on the well,
Woo! I'm not gonna hold back.
Dude, you sound even...
Oh, you're so... Kanji. I conjecture that something's up.
Man, you're already in high gear.
Conjecture.
She's looser than usual.
Hey, wait a sec.
I told them to give us soft drinks. They're non-alcoholic. I told them. Really, I did. Sheesh.
Is this seriously booze?
Kings? Times like this, adults play the King's game. It's the... What's their problem? They make me act like a ditz, call me Rosette and stuff, and then say I'm a kid. It's so obvious. Those rap parties get a lot funner after I go home. Morons! I'm gonna play the...
Yet another side of Risa exposed. I wonder if she knows what she's saying.
Get the chop.
What?
The King's word is law.
It's already started.
What's this king?
Okay. One chopstick makes you the king if you draw it, and the others have... The king picks the number and says what that person has. But who has which number is a secret until the king...
Senpai, you're such a...
Yukiko? Where'd you look?
Come on,
Oh.
Okay,
Teddy's is red. Red!
We're already doomed from the.
I, the king, command thee to smooch the king without delay.
Oh, fuck, I fucked up.
smooch.
Hold on. Oh, maybe I didn't.
Phew. Someone deep. That's not how it goes. If the last king demanded a smooch, then the next.
Hey, don't be. Hey! The person who gets picked should have to rest their head on the king's.
Nah, make him sit on his lap.
Oh, or.
Better than that.
Come on, king! Huh? Number 2? The king.
Wait. Yeah, I did fuck up. I gotta do this over again. Sorry, guys. Just gonna fast forward through this until I get to the end and then I can reload it. It's gonna take a minute though. Actually, oh no, it's already over. Never mind. I don't know how. No. Yes.
Oh man, this is really something! This place serves the best ramen in town. When we were filming, you're not hungry?
Oh, I see. I don't remember it all.
So I'm just getting to a spot where I can reload the game, and then I gotta go back and do this shit real quick because I fucked up. Oh shit, no. Don't want to do that. I'm just gonna skip this part because we already saw it. Oh shit, god damn it, do it in fucking time, man. Fucking day. Fuck. Fucking not control it, gotta be a sure can.
Are you sure this is alright? Isn't it No. 2 years ago when I had a secret show here, the power went out in the middle of it and the gig was cancelled. They still owe me from then, so they're willing to... Well, in that case, I'm gonna order more!
Woo! Dude, you sound even weirder today.
Kanji. Kanji. Man.
She's looser than usual, too.
Hey, what?
I told them to give us soft drinks. They're non-alcoholic. I told them.
Oh, sheesh. I was wondering why it's...
Is this seriously booze?
King? Times like this, Okay,
Teddy's is red. Red! Is Teddy the king?
We're already doomed from the get-go.
I, the king, command thee to smooch the king without delay. Please, God, grant me a girl. Number 3. Ah! I'm at number 2.
No takebacks.
Smooch!
Kanji. So, okay.
Whoa! Ow! Hey, quit that! Don't make me flatten you, Dan! Ah! No!
Ooh, only the first round and 2 contestants have dropped out already.
Huh? Is it that kind of game?
On to round 2.
king. Phew. Someone decent. That's not how it goes. If a...
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm number
I read it wrong. I read it wrong. I thought it was sit on my lap, but it's rest on my lap.
What? Oh man, you don't know how much I want to trade places with you right now. You didn't even draw a chop.
Alright then. Let's have someone talk about something real.
She's breaking all the rules. Just ignore.
No. One stipulation, though. If I do this, the rest of you must reveal...
Okay.
No particular...
Hey, what's up, Lena? How you doing?
It's the rare...
Damn, way to kill the mood.
The Shirogane family has been detectives for generations now. We lend our powers to the police from time to time.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing good, Helena. Hopefully everything's going well for you.
For generations. Wow, it's like that guy from a movie I watched before. What was his name?
In days gone by, when there were no crime scene investigators, consulting detectives were considered more valuable. Thus, my grandfather still has a strong connection with the police, and looks after me. But investigators nowadays are well versed in science and medicine.
That's it?
I fear you may be looking to the...
That's so embarrassing.
I want to go.
Well then, straight answer, please. What is your true involvement with the murder?
You know, you're so good at killing the mood that it's almost...
Well, we go rescuing people who've been and then we do stuff like Persona.
You...
It's Gee, someone put these two drunks to bed already.
I see now that you had no intention of telling me the truth. But I'm curious, how did you become...
Good one.
No, I confirmed it when I first entered. No alcohol has been served here since a rash of drunk driving last...
Huh? Does that mean we're all just drunk?
Okay. I feel so...
Hey, Senpai! How the hell are we...
You're not drunk, though.
Oh, this is giving me a big headache.
Teddy's still totally okay. Let's keep drinking.
As I said, you have... Are you a pack of imbeciles?
She's like, you're all fucking stupid. Stop it.
Oh man, this is really something! This place serves the best ramen in town. When we were filming, a lot of times I came here instead of eating boxed lunches. You're not hungry?
What happened last night? I don't remember much of...
Oh, I think the two of us fell asleep quick. I heard it got...
I see.
This flavor... I couldn't come here too often because it's high in carbohydrates, so being able to eat as much as I want is like a dream.
Ooh, this is delicious. It has an interesting taste that makes you...
See? See?
Another bowl, please. Keep the...
I'll have the Hagakuri bowl.
The Hagakure bowl's a normal menu item now? Oh well, this is just as...
Hey, is it okay for you to be out in the open like this?
Sure, no prob. See those signing boards? My autograph's up there too, but the cook doesn't give me a second glance. That's just how it is over here. Plus, I'm barely wearing any makeup.
Oh, you're right. There's a lot of autographs on display.
You know what I think? The reason they don't notice you is because this bear sticks out like a sore thumb. I guess if he wore that over here, he'll have to go home wearing it.
Isn't it all steamy inside from the ramen?
Huh? Where's my bowl? You didn't eat it.
You didn't finish, so...
I was going to
Hey, didn't you just order more a second ago? How many of you eat?
I don't know.
You little liar. Give me that check. 1, 2...
10. Yuki-chan's makes it 11.
I was going to finish. There.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's close.
Oh, I thought the trip was gonna be a bore, but now that it's over, I actually had a good time. Hey, let's buy a souvenir at the station. I bet Nanako-chan will be expecting one.
Lamp.
All right, let's get going. Yo.
Don't make me rub your fur the wrong way. Dude, is he?
Hey, don't tell me. It's not because... Are you serious?
My tummy's heavy.
Leave it behind.
I ate too much. Can't...
I mustn't be late for our rendezvous. Please excuse me.
Oh, Yukiko, wait!
Hey, I really can't move.
Farewell, Teddy. We shall leave you here.
They fucked over Teddy. I mean, Grady kind of fucked over himself, but yeah, it is kind of hilarious.
Welcome, did you... Yeah, I want to go to Destiny Sea, too. There's this roller coaster... Wow. Whoa. Oh,
Oh, you're back. We just...
look!
Hey, not...
Of course.
Huh. I guess that came out of your own pocket. Thanks. You went to Tatsumi Port Island, yeah? I guess the city was no big deal for a guy like you. By the way, if the first years went along with you, Naoto Shirogane must have... You talked to him? He's mature for his age, but he tried to make friends with him, will you? He's a cop. The higher-ups are losing their patience with him. It doesn't matter if his argument holds water. At this rate, he won't accomplish anything but getting himself booted. Adults can be a selfish bunch. Oh, sorry. You must be tired. Why don't you take a bath? Oh, but don't forget to take your stuff upstairs. Nanako, can you get the bathroom?
Oh, my back. Who is the magician again? It's not that. Yusuke. I think I'm gonna do Marines. Let me see if she's gonna level up. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do this one instead of Yusuke because I need to get back on track with Marine. I think I need to max her out before the end of the game to get like the better ending. Not 100%, but oh, let me go back real quick because I think I was. Hold on one second.
Yo.
Oh. Well, see ya.
Welcome back.
What? That was it? Wait, I feel like confused. What happened?
Yo.
Oh, well, see ya.
I don't know what happened. I thought I was supposed to level up, but I guess not. Oh, what the fuck level am I at with her now? I'm on... Yeah, that would have been 6, but why didn't it... I don't know. Whatever. Guess it doesn't matter. Option B. What do you say?
This is so good.
I hope everybody's having a good Tuesday night. Thanks for coming out and hang out with your boy as I play some good games and playing Persona 4 Golden. I don't know if anybody's getting sick of this game yet. I've been playing it for quite a while. I think I'm like 60 hours in or something like that. I don't even want to see how many videos I've done for this game. It's probably why a lot of streamers don't play long form games as long as like an RPG on like streaming. But hey, whatever. I started it, might as well finish it. I don't even know how much time I have. I'm probably about halfway through the game if I had to guess, but even then I could be a little bit less than that. I don't know. What the fuck?
Okay. Yeah. Hey, there's something I want to tell you. Something I've been thinking about all this time. I still don't have a clue what my good point, but I thought I could just keep on searching. I just want to protect people, and I'm gonna fight alongside you to... I mean, we'll all... Yeah. This is... Oh, and it's new! It makes a matching pair with... I think this power of mine is the power to... I understand now. for this. No matter how far apart we may be in the future, we'll be okay. This feeling won't ever change.
I was bleeding or something. I just got this little piece of scab left on my face as far as where my stitches were. And that should be completely healed. Even though I might have some slight nerve damage on that cheek forever, so it is what it is. I can feel it, but it's kind of a dull feeling. It's kind of like my finger. I cut my finger a long time ago, and I severed some nerves in my finger. And so when I touch the area where I cut it, it doesn't, like, I don't feel like 100%. It's like half feeling, which is kind of odd. It's like almost like when you touch your arm, if your arm falls asleep, like you can kind of feel it, but you can't at the same time. I think it's kind of be like right where the scab is on my cheek. And it's like when that last little part falls off, it's always going to feel a little weird right there. But I don't know if I don't think I have a scar or anything, which is nice, so that's good. For the cut I had on for the gash I had on my face, it's pretty good. Triple evasion of fire attacks. I probably should take that. I don't know where I'm going to go. I guess we'll get rid of Bufu because I don't really use Bufu all that much. I got Bufalo, so evade fire is going to do better for me anyway.
All right then. My body and mind are all worn out.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightline's special Night Walk. A suspect in the murders in Inaba was safely arrested recently. But what few people know is that the mastermind who brought him to justice was a high school detective. Tonight's report will focus on this Detective Prince, Naoto Shirogane. Thanks for being on the show.
No, the pleasure is all mine.
Oh, his uniform.
First, congratulations to you and the police for your recent... It was well known that there were a lot of mysteries surrounding this case, and you...
I'd hesitate to say that the matter is clear. It's true that our suspect was behind Mr. Moro, but when I cast my eye over the case as a whole, I detect a few things.
Oh?
Unfortunately, but this matter claimed the lives of 3 people. Hence, I believe...
I see. Now for our next segment, the Detective Prince's true identity, where Naoto-kun tells us amazingly, the Detective Prince has solved a whopping 24 cases.
There's a detective at your school when I'm older. I'm gonna go to your school too.
I mean, you probably won't be there with me, but you can definitely go to the same school. I was in the same school with my sister for like 2 years back in elementary school. After that, no, I was never in the same school with my sister because my sister was too young. She's like 4 years younger than me. So we've never shared a school other than like elementary school. Because I was in like 5th or 6th grade, she was in like 2nd grade. Or sorry, I was in 5th grade and she was like 2nd grade or something like that. Or sorry, 1st grade.
Yo.
Hey, did you see the show on TV last night?
Naoto-kun was on.
That thing about the detective prince solving the case? Come on, we're the ones who actually caught.
But the police were the ones who identified the suspect, and he was cooperating with them on it, right? So it's...
I'm kind of surprised, though. I didn't think he was the type to go after the spotlight like...
Good morning. I've been waiting for you all. There's...
Discuss? Dude, we'll be late if we talk too long. Hey.
Could you please indulge my...
What?
First, as regards commonalities between the victims, all of them were kidnapped before they... The victims were all locals who had been the focus of recent media attention. That is the most likely. I don't believe there's anything intrinsically unique about the victims themselves. Haven't you all come to the same conclusion? Then allow me to state my point. Will you admit that a number of you fit these identical circumstances? There was a long interval between the second and third deaths in this case. But after I applied the aforementioned criteria, I discovered several similar disappearances. Yukiko Amagi, Kanji Tatsumi, Rise Kujikawa. Either you escaped death somehow, or you faked your own disappearance. Since some of you had ties to the victims, there came a point where I suspected one of you.
You thought one of us was the...
This was a pride. Putting together everything I've learned until this moment, I believe exactly the opposite. You aren't the culprits. You may, in fact, be the only ones with the means to pursue the true perpetrator.
Oh, that's wrong soda.
Seen as a joining of forces between the... Of course, this is... There is in fact a flaw in the theory. It doesn't account for the third incident, Mr. Muraoka's murder. He has never been broadcast on television. The first two victims are still listed with an unknown cause of death. But Mr. Muraoka died of an easily identifiable blunt force trauma to the occipital cranium. The police have not satisfactorily resolved this discrepancy, yet they are desperate. Further action will be necessary to obtain some sort of
Further
Well, whatever the outcome, the evidence... You said something interesting to me.
Hey, we're...
This is not a game.
No.
So 13th. Oh my neck. Why the fuck you lying? Why the fuck you lying? Why the fuck you lying? Always lying to me. You sitting here lying, just lying to me. It's making me hard to trust you. Fuck, I have full, so I don't. Well, no, I thought I just got rid of one of them though, didn't I? Wait. I need a strength. One of these bullshit ass fucking personas I don't really need, but like do need at the same time. I don't know. Okay, so I don't have enough room to summon one, so. Fuck. Can I make one? Let me see. Probably not. There are certain personas I feel like you can't. You have to like. Oh, I can make a strength with this one. That would take both my son and my Hiroshima away. He only one level underneath what I want, what I need to do, but. Cause you always lying. Why you always lying? Why you always lying? Always lying to me. Ow. It's the Monkey King. Granted, Monkey King used a pole staff, but, you know, hey, probably used a sword too at some point in time. Fun fact, Journey to the West, which is where the Monkey King was originally from, was Akira Toriyama got the idea for Dragon Ball from. Goku is basically the Monkey King, just changed a little differently, but yeah. They both monkey dudes, they both got tails, they both ride a flying cloud, and they both got a power pole that can extend for probably, I don't know, infinite necessarily, but can definitely extend to an indefinite amount of length, basically. And I don't know that I've never read Journey to the West. It's kind of old story. Granted, they've made so many movies on it that you could probably watch one and see what it was. But I also heard that he actually even got some of the ideas for the original. Not like Piccolo and stuff, but there's a few like lesser known bad guys in the original Dragon Ball that rumors that Toriyama got the idea for them from Journey to the West, but I've never read it, so I couldn't tell you if it's true or not. I just know that he got the idea for the story just in general. Actually, I wouldn't even say he got the story of it. It's basically just a retelling. He kind of ripped it off, but like he changed it just enough to make it good. So. Also, fun fact, but the other, Ed Boon and, what's the other guy's name? Ed Boon and, the other guy who made, I don't remember, I know Ed Boon, but I can't ever remember the other guy's name, who, made Mortal Kombat, who created the original Mortal Kombat, got a lot of inspiration for the game from two ways. I've talked about Bloodsport one. They wanted to make Jean-Claude Van Damme Johnny Cage back in the day, and I don't remember why they didn't or why he couldn't or something. I think it was a conflicting thing or something. I think he was under contract for something else and couldn't. Wasn't allowed to do the game for some reason or another. I don't remember 100% what it was. So they end up going with whoever the guy that they did the original Johnny Cage from the game, although I don't remember who it is because that guy was like a nobody, I think, if I remember correctly. They actually did track down like a bunch of the people who actually did the original Mortal Kombat game, like the people who were motion captured for it and stuff. And like the people that they actually like, you know, did the but they actually did like they tracked down a lot of the people. Like they found the original Sonya Blade, the one who was like in the you know game basically, and like the one who did the character animations and actually like played the character for the first game. I don't know if they found all of them, but they found her and they found a few other people. And I think they actually found the guy who played Johnny Cage, but I don't remember his name or anything about him. And no, it's not the guy from the movie, obviously. Although that guy's pretty goated. But no, there's... But originally it was supposed to be Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's actually where the nut punch comes from in Johnny Cage's moves. The nut punch is actually a move they got straight from... what's his name? Jean-Claude Van Damme. And actually, he was going to sue them over that, but I think he actually either dropped the lawsuit or he just didn't do it because It was like, this is kind of a stupid thing to sue somebody over, but yeah. And it wasn't even like he wanted to do it. I think the people that he was working for wanted him to do it. I don't remember. It's kind of a weird story, but the other inspiration they got was from Big Trouble in Little China, which was a movie back from like the late 80s. Kurt Russell, I think, was the guy. Yeah, Kurt Russell. He was in it. But yeah, Kurt Russell, Big Trouble in Little China, I think is what it's called. They got a lot of inspiration from that movie to do some of the characters from Mortal Kombat. Specifically, they got the bad guy. I can't remember his name, but he's the guy he's like the Chinese guy with the big hat who shoots lightning out his fingers. That's basically where they base Raiden from. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I gotta go back to school. But yeah, that's basically who they got the idea from Raiden from, was the bad guy from Big Trouble in Little China. And a few other, there's one or two other characters too I think they got inspiration from, but I haven't seen that movie in so long, I couldn't tell you much about it. But I do remember the bad guy, because he was a Chinese guy with the big hat. He had the big Chinese hat. And he's actually the guy who played him really well in acting. You'd probably know exactly who he was if you actually saw him in real life. But the guy, his character is where they got the idea from Raiden from. And I mean, it makes sense. I mean, Raiden wears the big hat. He shoots lightning. He's the lightning god. So I think the first one came out, I think the first Mortal Kombat came out like, 91 or 92 or something like that.
Oh.
It's weird though. They actually, now that I think about it, they actually got two games made out of they actually made two games out of movies that were made with Kurt Russell. Well, technically three, I think, but I don't know if you can call the Thing game, like, because Kurt Russell wasn't in the Thing game. He was just in the movie. And the game is technically like an unofficial sequel to the movie. Because they obviously never made a sequel, which kind of sucks, but yeah, because well, I wouldn't say the whole movie, obviously, but Escape from New York, his character Snake Plissken, that's where they got the idea for well, at least in the kind of nomenclature, they got the idea for Solid Snake from Kurt Russell's character, but not for like the original game, like the original 2 games or 3 games or whatever it was that were on like the Nintendo, like the Super Nintendo or whatever it was. Because I don't know if they actually, like, they didn't have like a character per se for I mean, Snake was a character, but he wasn't like a character yet. He was just the protagonist of the game. But Metal Gear Solid and especially Metal Gear Solid 2, they really poke fun at the Metal Gear Solid 2. Because in Metal Gear Solid 2, Snake, you know, obviously you don't play as Snake when it comes to Long. Because his name, in Metal Gear Solid 2, when Raiden meets Snake, Snake doesn't tell him who he is originally. because he's trying to like stay incognito to take down the Patriots or whatever. Because everyone thinks. Because everyone is thinks he's dead in the game at that point in time anyway. So he calls himself Iroquois Pliskin or something like that, and what's his name's Kurt Russell's name in the Escape from New York and Escape from LA was Snake Plissken. So they definitely based him off of Kurt Russell's character, at least for the third and game and or I guess technically the third game beyond, but Metal Gear Solid for PS1 and like everything after that, he's definitely based on Kurt Russell's character. There's no way. I mean, he talks just like him. Oh, like gruff voice. I'm so cool. Even though Snake Plissken had an eye patch, I think in the. I don't remember if he had one in Escape from New York, but I know he had one in Escape from LA, which is kind of the same movie, just done over again, which. Granted, I saw Escape from LA before I saw Escape from New York, because I was just born in that time, and I didn't even know there was a movie before then. My grandpa, who is much like myself, is a big movie nerd, or like a cinephile, I guess if you want to call it. And basically in the game, or basically in the I was born, or I was alive when Escape from LA came out, but I was not alive when Escape New York came out, or at least I had like just been born. I think it was made in like 80. I think it was released like 87 or 88 or something like that. So I didn't even know there was. Well, okay, I wouldn't say that. I had known about Escape from New York, but I had never seen it before, and I didn't know what it was. And then I saw Escape from LA, and I just didn't put the two together. The fact that they were, that was a sequel to the other one. But yeah, I don't know which is better. I want to say probably Escape from New York, but just because it's a little bit more of like it's a little bit more like it's a little like more solid of a movie. Like it's a little bit more grounded, I guess you could say. Escape from LA is kind of zany, and like the concept of both of them is basically the same thing, except they just change a few things. Like obviously, the first one takes place in New York, the second one takes place in LA, but the idea behind them is both basically the same. Like basically, and it's not all of New York. It's not like New York State or anything is like a whole prison. I think it's like Manhattan or something was turned into the prison. Or like the prison area, but like basically in like both movies, like something happened, either earthquake, flood, whatever it was, that kind of like segregated off a portion of a city or something like that. And the government basically just walled it off and turned it into a prison, and then just let everybody just dump people in there basically, and then you just, live in fucking prison land basically. And if you tried to escape, you'd be killed and all this kind of shit. So you weren't like necessarily in jail, but you were just basically in like no man's land. And then, like, the guy that they were trying to get, I don't remember who the guy from the first one was. Hey, what's up, Kwanzu? How you doing, dude? Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. But, yeah, they, I want to say that Escape from New York is a little bit more grounded. Because I don't remember who the guy they're trying to save in that one is. I want to say it's like a governor or something. I don't remember exactly. I know the second one is the president, though. He's trying to... Actually, no. I take that back. The second one is the president's daughter. The second one is the president's daughter that he's trying to rescue. And basically, like, the president's daughter becomes, like, indoctrinated into this, like, terrorist faction. And then she like steals this thing from her dad that's like it's like a remote control to this like big satellite they have or some shit, or this like satellite network they have. And basically, like if they like put in a secret or like a certain code, it will disable a certain country with that code, and it will send like a countrywide EMP or something like that. and it basically just it basically knocks out like country infrastructure in like one go, and it like can't be reversed. Basically, it just completely EMP zaps the country or wherever the fuck they're at, or wherever they're aiming it at, and it basically just shuts down all power for like ever, or at least for a long time. The first one, I want to say it's like a nuke or something that they're trying, like that something happened, like they got. I think that this. Actually, you know what? The first one might be the president. The second one might be the president's daughter, but it's like not the same president or something. I don't honestly remember. I just remember that Isaac Hayes, I think, was the bad guy in Escape from New York. One of the few like bad guy roles that I ever remember Isaac Hayes being in. And for all you who didn't know, Isaac Hayes is the guy who did the voice for Chef in South Park. He was a very accomplished actor before then, though. So I mean, I don't like reducing him to that one role, but it's where a lot of people. If you say like the voice of South Park Chef, they would probably know who you're talking about. But Isaac Hayes has been acting for a long time before then, before he ever did South Park. I actually think he acted after he did South Park. Unfortunately, he died. Rip Isaac Hayes, but yeah, Isaac Hayes was the bad guy in Escape from New York. He played the Duke. Called himself the Duke of New York, A#1. If you've ever seen like that like repeated somewhere, there's a lot of jokes about it in like other. But yeah, there's a part in that movie where he is I want to say it's maybe the president, but he has like the president strapped down to the thing and he's shooting at him, and the president's like, he's like, who am I? And he's like, you're Duke of New York, you're A#1. I think the president was played by Donald Pleasance, if I remember correctly. The guy from Halloween who played Dr. Loomis in like all the Halloweens until 6, and he unfortunately died right after they made that movie. It's probably a good thing he never got to see the movie the movie actually come out, because he probably would have died after that shit, because that movie was not good. I have a weird soft spot for that movie, but it's not a good movie, especially in like the Halloween franchise. It's actually one of those movies that everybody kind of says they kind of ruined Halloween. That's why they had to reboot it with Halloween H2O. Yeah. And then at the end of the movie, they escape, and then I want to say it's Donald Pleasance. I'd have to look it up, but I want to say let's just say it. Donald Pleasance is like, they finally escape, and then the Duke of New York is like trying to follow them to escape, and the Donald Pleasance grabs a machine gun from one of the things and starts shooting Isaac Hayes, and at first he kind of dodges a bullet, but finally gets him, and then Isaac Hayes like flops up on this hood of this car, like dying from his gunshot wound, and then fucking Donald Pleasance is just on this thing shooting him over and over again. He's dead too, by the way. He died. And Donald Pleasance is like shooting him, being like, "You're Duke of New York. You're A#1. You're Duke of New York. You're A#1." Just blast this dude. You see Isaac Hayes just flopping around on the car, getting shot, even though he's long since been dead. I don't remember the bad guy from the second one. It was I want to say it was like some like Hugo Chavez looking dude, but I could be wrong. I do remember the chick who played the president's daughter, but I could not for the life of me tell you who she is. She was really big in the 90s on a few shows and stuff like that, and then she got that movie. I would never say she's not really like a good actress, in my opinion, from like anything that she ever played. And she always played like the same character. Hey, what's up, Review Phil? Thanks for stopping by, my dude. But yeah, he always kind of played the same character in everything that he played, or everything that she played in. She was always like, I want to say that she was in the show Claire Danes called My So-Called Life, which is like what took off Claire Danes' career. Although I never really liked Claire Danes all that much as an actress, but it is what it is. She was okay in Brokedown Palace, but that movie was fucking sad. If you've never seen Broke Down Palace, watch it at least once. Because as fucked up as that movie is based on a true story. It is about two girls that go to like fucking Thailand or something, I want to say. How you doing, Rafufil? I hope you're doing good, my dude. But yeah, I want to say they go to like Thailand or something like that. And somehow or another, they accidentally get involved in drug smuggling. Don't ask me why it's an accident, because it's kind of a weird story. They kind of unknowingly traffic drugs, because like this dude that they meet, that they're kind of both trying to fuck. It's kind of weird, but whatever. Because they're tourists and they meet this dude, and like he kind of woos one of them, but then the other one the other friend kind of wanted to do some too. But anyway, and like I think that they like, I want to say he like either convinces them to take something they don't know is drugs, or he like just straight up puts drugs in their luggage to like get thing. But anyway, they get caught in like Thailand or something like that, I think it is, or like it's definitely an Asian company. I want to say it's Thailand if I remember correctly, because it's not China or not Japan, it's not Korean, or it's not Korea, it's not like the Philippines. I want to say it's Thailand, but anyway, and mind you, the U.S. has like probably the most relaxed drug laws in like the world, meaning like if you get caught with drugs in the U.S., you'll probably go to jail. You may not go to jail, but you'll probably go to jail first, and then you may be able to plead something down the first time. I don't know. I mean, if you get caught multiple times, it's really hard to like get any kind of leniency. But like, let's say you just get caught. Like, let's say you get caught with pot in a state that's not legal. Let's say you get caught with like an eighth or something like that, right, or whatever. Even like a joint in some states. You'll go to jail, and you may like get some time, but you also may be able to plead it down to something like not quite as bad. You may still get a little jail time, but it won't be as much. And sometimes in some states, you'll just straight get off on that shit. I mean, it depends on how much, if it's your first time and how much you're getting caught with. But if you get caught with like certain drugs in certain states that are just considered like personal use, you might get off on it as far as like maybe pay a fine. Maybe you'll go to jail for a couple weeks. But other than that, it's not going to be that bad. You get caught with drugs in other countries. For example, I think it's Thailand, if I remember. I watched like a whole documentary on, I want to say it's Thailand. I'm not 100%, but let's just for the sake of argument say it's Thailand. So in Thailand, they have this form of speed, which in the US you probably call methamphetamine, or like it's like a variation of meth, just kind of created a little differently. But they call it yaba. And yaba in Thailand means danger. So the drug is literally called danger. Some people will literally, like, they smoke it, they eat it. But the funny thing is, like, they don't always have the straight drug. Sometimes they will just get the leaves so there's a leaf, kind of like the coca leaf or the coca plant that makes cocaine, or you can make cocaine out of, and like poppy seeds where you make heroin and stuff out of, right? There's a plant they make this drug out of, and instead of having the actual drug, sometimes they will just chew on the leaves and it'll give them a little high, and then they'll be able, and they use it mainly for like, it's not really like, well, some of its times it's recreational, but a lot of workers use it out there to work, basically, because they work very long hours, especially like construction and stuff like that. So they work very long hours, and so they use it to keep themselves awake a lot of the time. Granted, this is most of the people that like chew the leaves. The hardcore addicts will like do the actual drug, which is like usually a little red pill. Well, I wouldn't say red. It's more of like the color of like ibuprofen or like Advil, kind of that orangish red color. But it'll be like that color, maybe slightly redder than that, kind of like red clay almost. They'll either eat it or they'll smoke it. The real addicts smoke it. The semi addicts will eat it. Smoking it definitely gives you a bigger high, but it doesn't last as long. Eating it doesn't give you as big of a high, but it lasts longer, kind of like cannabis. So there is anyway, so they will chew on this leaf from this particular, they make to make this drug. And
Sorry to bother you.
But yeah, so they do this drug called Yop. There's other drugs they do out there, obviously. I mean, things like weed and stuff are pretty globally as far as where it goes. So you'll find weed in most places, most countries and stuff like that around the world. It's pretty out there. It's like heroin. You'll find a heroin in a lot of different countries for the most part. You'd have to really look for it in some places, but you probably find it. Coke, maybe not as much. Not nowadays. Maybe the U.S. I think is more Coke, but they don't use Coke in a lot. They don't use Coke in some countries, or they have alternatives to it. Basically, they're a little not better for you, but anyway. But in Thailand, you want to know the penalty for drug dealers out in Thailand? You would think like, oh, harsh sentences, or like they'll go to. That's if you get. That's like. So if you get lucky, you'll get arrested and you'll get a harsh sentence in Thailand if you deal drugs. You'll get like basically a life sentence. It may not be called a life sentence, but you'll get like 50 years or some shit, right? That's if you're lucky. You know what happens if you're not lucky? The police will literally take you out in the jungle and shoot you in the back of the head. And it is like a known thing out there. They do not play in Thailand with drug dealers. If you are a drug dealer and you are big enough, if they can't get sometimes they'll get like the real big drug dealers to go to jail because it like shows for like the news and stuff. It shows like that they're actually doing something about it. The lesser drug dealers, they just take you out in the jungle and shoot you. I swear to God. I watched like a whole documentary. I actually watched the same documentary a couple times because my roommate, for different reasons, liked the documentary. It's kind of ironic, but yeah. So basically, like, but yeah, it's like it's not even like a secret out there. If you deal drugs and you're like a low-time drug dealer, they will literally take you in the jungle with a group of drug dealers, and they will put you on your knees, and they will shoot you in the back of the head, and they will leave you there. And there is literally parts in the jungle where you can go and find dead bodies out there, and they don't even give a fuck. The police do not fucking care. The government does not fucking care. In their mind, drug dealers are probably some of the worst people right under like pedophiles and rapists. And actually, I would almost, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I would almost claim that it being a rapist or a pedophile is actually a little bit more lenient as far as you going to jail, but you may not get back drugged out into the woods and shot. You might still be. I don't know. I haven't looked into the laws lately. I was just looking into the law of Japan as far as like the age of consent, and that shit used to be 13. So I think they recently changed it to 16. And I don't give a fuck if that's a cultural thing or not. That's fucking gross. But it is what it is. Some places probably don't even have an age consent and shit, sadly. But yeah, so like people want to complain about drugs in the United States, but that's because we don't do that much about it. Like if we cut you with drugs, we'll put you in jail, and you might go to jail for a very long time. But the U.S. has always prided itself on like a rehabilitation nation, where it's like we don't. I mean, obviously some things like, you know, we do have the death penalty in some states, obviously, and so some things like murder and stuff like that, capital murder, you'll be sentenced to death. Obviously, it'll take a long fucking time though. You might die before you actually get your death sentence. But overall, like, but yeah, they don't give a fuck out there. They literally shoot you. There's probably other countries. I guarantee it. Most countries are kind of like that without you realizing it. Maybe not like Japan and stuff, because they're a little bit more like lightweight civilized out there as far as like how they act with people. You'll still go to jail for a long ass time. I mean, I think Japan is like one of those places you go to jail for like a fucking lifetime for like a joint or something out there. They still have a problem with drugs. Don't get me wrong. They actually have this really bad issue with a drug called Zombie or something right now. You'd never think about it with Japan either, but yeah, they have this really bad issue with this drug called Zombie out there. I think it's called Zombie, and basically, I don't remember what kind of drug it is, to be honest. But first, like, basically, they smoke it, and then you. It kind of has like almost a very similar like feel and stuff to something like something like fentanyl, but like it's not fentanyl. It's like, and basically what happens is like when you smoke it, and I don't even remember what effect it's supposed to give you. I don't know if it's an upper, I want to say it's a downer, kind of like heroin or something. But basically you smoke it, and then it kind of gives you some of the same symptoms as like heroin, where you're just like drooling on yourself, you know. But it also, for some reason, interacts with your neurons or something firing wrong with your muscles. And basically it gives you like little mini seizures where you're on it. So like you'll be sitting there, and you could look it up. It's called like zombie drug or something, Japan. If you just go to YouTube and type in like zombie drug Japan or something like that. And it basically, it kind of makes people look like who's on it. They look like they're zombies. Like as far as like not look wise, but like how they're acting. And they just sit there and they'll like shake real bad. And like they'll just sit there and shake. Like, and I can't even do it because they shake hard. The higher you want them, the more you shake apparently. But it's like they'll just be sitting there like on trains and shit, just shaking hella bad. But yeah, and it's funny because even as structured as a place like Japan, which, I mean, Japan has its own problems, obviously, every country does, but comparatively to other countries, they're pretty structured in Japan, but the issue is that they still have a lot of issues in Japan that they don't want to talk about. Japan's kind of like North Korea, except not as bad, but like they try to keep everything like very in-house when it comes to their issues. So they don't like really talking about it outside of Japan. So it's like, you know, the rice shortage, for example, they didn't really talk about it for a while. And eventually they start asking for help because in Japan, there was a few really bad storms that wiped out like a half of the rice fields out there, of like the whole country too. Although Japan's an island and it's not a very big island, but it's obviously bigger than something like Hawaii, but it's not as big as like something like well, I don't know if you could call Australia an island, but it's not as big as like that. But it's a decent size. And so basically like yeah, they had a couple really bad storms that wiped out like half the rice fields in like Japan. And Japan eats a lot of fucking rice. They eat like a lot of fucking rice. And until now, they've always done pretty well as far as like, they eat all of their own rice basically, and they sell all of their own rice to their own people. So their rice is like internally made and like sold and shit, kind of like how the U.S. should do. Well, they actually might grow, I think they actually do grow rice in the U.S. I'm not 100% anyway. The only issue is that we bleach our rice and stuff, and we stuff to like clean it, and that's what people are like very skittish about the American rice because they don't know what the fuck is in it, which fair enough. But yeah, they had a big rice shortage out there, and that was they eventually like just this last year in 2025 we were offering to sell them rice because they were like dangerously low on rice to the point where it was going to become like an issue, right? Like almost like a famine thing. Like think about the potato famine in Ireland, but it's like going to be like the rice famine in fucking Japan. And so because the rice reserves were fucking real low. And so basically like the US was like, hey, we'll sell you some rice. You just got to buy it at like market price. And it wasn't even like the pricing that was getting them off. It's just they didn't want to buy our rice basically. But unfortunately, nobody else was willing to sell them rice. So they had to buy some rice from us. So they bought like, you know, they had to buy like a shit ton of rice from us basically. But we saved them. I mean, now that they have rice over there, and they'll be able to use it until they actually get their rice fields back in order for the next season or whatever. But the other thing that's a lot of people don't know about Japan, at least right now, is they have a big they have a really weird problem with like homeless teenagers in Japan. And it's not like what you think about with the US, with just like grubby ass teenagers and shit doing no good and stuff like that. But no, they have like literal packs of like homeless teenagers. They don't like hurt anybody as far as I know. It's not like they're gangs or anything. They'll just mostly beg on the streets and stuff like that. But yeah, they have a huge like homeless teen and like not really what I call child per se, but like 14 to like 16 or 17, they have a huge problem with homeless teens out in Japan because of the way that the culture shifted in Japan from like the old culture being taken over by the new culture, kind of like the U.S. unfortunately in a lot of ways with like Gen Z and Gen Alpha and stuff like that. If you look at a point in Japan's history and their culture and stuff, how things were going. The old culture of Japan was very like, I guess in the best way you can consider them, they were very conservative. Not trying to be in politics or anything, just how they acted, because they were very big into like, you get married, the man works, the wife stays home and takes care of the house and the kids. You get a house. And basically, that's the rest of your life. You work, you raise kids, you might have some more, maybe you don't, and then eventually become grandparents, and then your kids help you out, and the kids, are supposed to help their parents out. And it's very like, the newest generation is always supposed to help the past generations. Basically, it's very like Latino communities are very the same way. They're very like. Hierarchy based as far as like the generation before you always takes care of the generation after always takes care of the generation before. So great grandparents get taken care of by the grandparents get taken care of by the their kids take care of their parents, and so on and so forth. So it's kind of like an escalation of like that's why like the oldest people in Japan are like the most are supposed to be taken care of the best. Because they're the elders, and in Japan culture, elders are like top rank, so you don't fuck with the elders. But along the way somewhere, probably like in the last 20, 30 years or something like that, I'm probably close to like 20 years or so, I'd say. But the newest generation came out, and they basically like didn't like this idea of having to take care of people and like taking care of your parents and your grandparents and all that shit, and like kind of having your life devoted to your family until there's not anybody left to take care of and people have to take care of you type of thing. Also, like the work culture in Japan is it's extremely crazy. When it comes to Japanese culture, work is having work is like a badge of honor. No matter what the work is, farmer to businessman. If you're a man and you work in Japan, you are obviously Japanese. You work with pride, even though you may hate your job and not want to work. When you're out, like when you're a man in Japan and you're working or whatever, you get up and you go to work every day that you work. And I don't think they work like 24/7 there, obviously. They have days off and stuff, I would assume. But, and again, it's kind of like the same way that it was here in like the 50s, 60s, kind of going into the 70s and maybe the 80s and stuff like that. But it's like if you talk to like your grandparents, maybe your great grandparents, if you're still around, ask them like a work ethic. Work ethic was everything back then, and work ethic is still like that kind of thing in Japan never really died as far as like how people treat it. And again, it kind of, it's not quite as the same as in the U.S. A little different, obviously, but in Japan, it's like you get a job and you work until you're dead, basically. And so, but the issue is that they overwork themselves in Japan a lot of the time. The work culture is fucking just insane over in Japan, and so it's like they work themselves into like depression and stress and all kinds of shit. You actually work more than you do anything in Japan, basically, for the most part. And so, and it's like, for example, in Japan, it's very common for like, let's say if you don't necessarily live super close to your job. So in like the U.S., you pretty much, even if you don't live super close to your job, you'll commute every day, basically, right? You get a car and you commute every day back and forth. may suck, but whatever. Now, let's say if you live in Japan, but you don't own a car, because not a lot of people in Japan own a car. It's it's kind of like New York in a way. It's like, except not as dirty, but a lot of people don't own a car. They'll either have like bikes or they'll take the trains or subways, stuff like that. Very commuter friendly as far as where to go, except you have less of a chance of getting stabbed by a crackhead in Japan. Still could happen, but you less of a chance anyway in Japan. And so, basically, like, the work culture in Japan is just very rigid, or at least well, for the most part, it still is. But when the new generation kind of took over, or like started to like come up in Japan, the issue was that they didn't really like have the same values and stuff as like their elders, basically. A lot of them don't want to work and like till they're dead. A lot of them don't want to like have to commute. A lot of them don't want to like take care of their parents and their grandparents and shit like that. It's kind of like the way that you see it with like when it came to the U.S. and like when like things like punk started to become big, anti-establishment, down with the government, stuff like that. Big like, so the 70s was like peace and love, hippie era. They didn't want to work because they wanted to like travel on the bus and spread peace and love, and like you didn't want to work for the man and stuff like that. The 80s was more like so if the 70s was like peace and love, but I don't want to work. The 80s was like fuck you, I don't want to work. I want to wear like a mohawk and kick people with my boots and not work basically. And if you did work, it was very like. Fuck this job. I never wanted this job, but I'll come here anyway because I can get some money so I can live. And again, there's nothing wrong with those kind of cultures. It's just how it was, And that's when things started to kind of break in the U.S. for like how people were treating things like work and like stuff like that, right? Japan kind of has a similar thing going on now, except that it's just much later than what you would think. But yeah, they like it's like a cultural revolution kind of going on there, but not for what I would call the better. People don't like the newest generation in Japan doesn't really like want to work like the way that they do before. They want to like have like a balanced life of like social and work, which didn't really exist in Japan for a long time. And
about the midnight chat.
Because of this,
I talked to
which
Teddy,
brings me
who says
around
no
to my
one's
original
injured
point.
Well, yeah,
They have a lot of youth that are running away and like living on the streets just so they don't have to live under their, because obviously, I hate to say it, but the whole Asian parents thing is being very strict can be extremely true. I mean, granted, you can have certain parents anywhere, but I would say
Come on, get with the program. You saw the TV last night, right?
So? It's got nothing to do with us. Killers behind
yeah, they
bars.
just,
See, that shit Naoto said didn't make any sense either. So there's no...
they don't want to live the way that their parents and their grandparents and their great-grandparents all lived. So they're just up and leaving. And then they live on, they either with friends or whatever, and then they, there's like these roving pack of like teenagers out there that just live on the streets and beg for money, basically. And it's insane. I mean, granted, we have a lot of homeless kids here too. Different reasons, though. Granted, some of them are probably there's probably a good amount of runaways here too, but it's not as
so you're
like
still hung up on all that
here.
stuff.
It's weird, but like we've kind of accepted it in the fucked up way. I hate to say it, but in Japan, it's a very like weird thing for them.
Man.
And that's where the whole thing of the zombie drug comes in, because a lot of the youth of Japan are getting hooked on that shit. And it's not good for you at all. At all. I mean, no drug is really good for you. I mean, I wouldn't even say weed is really good for you, depending on how you use it. I mean, I guess cannabis can be good for you, depending on how you use it. Something like THC oil will like stop what's it called, seizures, which I've seen a lot of that kind of stuff where like kids who have born with like disorders that make them have seizures a lot.
Well, that aside,
You get like
strange
THC oil, Delta 9 oil, or something like that, and it cuts down the seizures tremendously. We're not entirely sure why, it just does. At least I'm not entirely sure why. There might be a reason to it that I'm just not aware of, but it is what it is. But yeah, it's not like. But I would say outside of maybe weed and mushrooms, magic mushrooms, I don't think there's any real like good reason to do drugs as far as like the other kind of drugs that are out there.
Really? I don't think it's anything special.
Although I know that the government has been kind of experimenting with things like MDMA and stuff like that for PTSD patients and stuff, and like there was even like a push to start using MDMA for certain like marriage counseling and stuff like that. I mean, granted, Sigmund Freud used to give people cocaine because he thought it made them more open and talkative, which it kind of does. So
That's how society is. They all just want to get in on the latest trend.
But yeah, it's just
People get excited.
There is no real good
interest
reason to
faster.
do certain
It
drugs.
goes round and round. There's no
And,
underlying reason for it.
The zombie drug is one of those drugs that there's no real reason to do it. They just do it because it's a recreational thing, but it really fucks you up. And it can kill you pretty easily too, from what I've heard. It's not quite as easily as deaths like something like fentanyl, but yeah, it can like fry your brain basically if you do it too much.
It's gonna rain again tonight.
And that's one thing that they're having a huge issue with out there. I was just watching like a little short thing. I think it was like a Vice or something like that about it. So yeah, it's interesting how like certain country or how other countries kind of differ from the U.S. when it comes to things like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. You try to go into any country with drugs, and if you get caught, you're fucked. It's real bad in the U.S. It's real bad in any other country. But at least in the U.S., you won't be shot in the back of the head for it, for the most part. At least not by the police. I mean, maybe somebody else. But for the most part, if you get arrested, you just get arrested, and then you have to go to jail for the rest of your life. Maybe not the rest of your life. You might cut a deal, but you definitely have to go to jail for a long time. Longer than I'd ever want to be in jail for like 100 times over, but just in general, But yeah, certain countries, they don't go fuck. They'll just straight cap you in the back of the head in the fucking jungle somewhere, or like the desert and shit. That's why it's hilarious when I hear people talking about like how bad the U.S. is and stuff like that. It's like, go try stealing something in another country and see how that works out for you. That's what I've always said. Harsh deterrence deter smart people. Let's say, for example, if we had like laws, like I don't know if they still do it, but they used to have laws in the Middle East where like if you stole something, you can get your hands chopped off. Let's say you get like stole an apple and you get caught. You can get your hands chopped. The hand that you stole with, you could get it chopped off for sure. And it was a deterrent because if you knew you were going to lose a hand over stealing something, it would have to be a serious fucking. But yeah, it would have to be like a serious. Wait, what am I at? Where am I at? Oh, I just gotta go home and go to sleep, I guess. It's like, yeah, you steal something in the U.S., and you'll probably go to jail. Don't know how long, but you'll probably go to jail, depending on what you steal and how much. I mean, shit, you could steal up to $950 worth of shit in California, and you get a slap on the wrist, basically, which is fucking disgusting. But yeah, basically, like,
I am the Detective Prince, Naoto Shiragane. Welcome to Experiment of the Century, the Genome Project.
But yeah, so I don't know. It always tickles me in a weird way when people want to bitch about things here, but it's like, yeah, try going living somewhere else. I mean, you know, obviously you can go to like a place like the UK or something and they're fine. I mean, you can go to like Switzerland and probably live okay, it's cool as fuck, but you live. But yeah, there are certain countries, man, where you could do half the shit, probably even more half the shit you do here. You're either gonna end up in jail or dead, you know. And ending up in jail in a lot of countries is not a nice thing. Like, fuck. Yeah, don't get me wrong, U.S. jails are not nice. I'm not going to say that at all. I would never want to go to jail. I'm actually made it a point in my life to never go to jail for anything, as far as I can tell. But, yeah, trying to go to jail in, like, another country, and it is a severe fucking difference. Like, it'll make our jails look like fucking the Club Ritz. You know, it's like, don't go to jail in Mexico, man. Don't go to jail in fucking Latin America. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I've watched so many documentaries in the jails in other countries and shit, dude. It's scary. It is fucking scary. His friend a hater.
Last night on... What's the
So,
verdict?
Helena, I obviously plan to get Jackbox at some point. Unfortunately, I have to look for a new job at the moment. So, I can't... Like, I gotta kind of watch my money at the moment. I know Jackbox isn't super expensive, but... so that's going to have to be put on the back burner for just a little bit until I get a new job. And then once I do that, I'm down. I'm down to buy it and everything. I just can't be spending really any extra money at the moment.
It's just like before. Nothing's changed.
I mean, shit, tomorrow's my birthday, and I can't even really do anything for it because I gotta like, just save my money at the moment, you know. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'll be streaming tomorrow, so maybe we can do like a VC or something if anybody is down and wants to like VC or something. I'll be streaming too for sure. And I mean, maybe if somebody else wants to do it, if somebody has Jackbox, we could all play on somebody else's thing. But yeah, I just can't. I can't spend any extra money at the moment. Believe me, I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. So hopefully, I get something soon. That's all I can say. I mean, it's only been like 2 days, but still, I've been working very diligently on applying for jobs and stuff like that, and I still need to put my application in for unemployment, see if I can get anything from that. That'll help out a little bit if I can. I don't think I'm going to get much from it, but that'll at least help out a little bit. So, yeah, but it is what it is, unfortunately. So, just kind of a tough time. But I appreciate everybody being here, at least to, you know, watch me stream and stuff, because, I mean, at least that's one productive thing I can do for now. I mean, it doesn't seem productive, but hey. My birthday's tomorrow, Helena. Tomorrow the 4th. I will be 38.
He also believed that the people who are
Same age as Sean
on
and
TV first,
Derek.
remember?
Actually, me and Derek are not that far from each other. I think his birthday's like the 24th or something like that of February. Mine's the 4th. I think we're like 20 days apart.
Wait, you're saying he's using himself as bait? We came to the same conclusion he did, about how people who become famous through TV would disappear. Could he be trying to prove the theory by using himself?
You mean he got kidnapped on purpose? That's crazy! He could be killed!
But yeah, tomorrow's my birthday. I mean, I was supposed to be working, so I wasn't planning on doing anything until the weekend anyway. I was going to go to this place and do hot pot because I got like unlimited hot pot down the street from my house. But unfortunately, I can't do that now, so it'll have to wait. I'll celebrate later on when I get a job and stuff like that, and I'll go out and have food somewhere.
He said, this is not a game for me either.
But yeah, other than that,
It's all my fault.
I should be streaming tomorrow. Maybe we can VC or something with people if anybody's free. I don't know how many people are going to be free on a Wednesday, but we'll see.
Idiot! Why the hell did he just tell us?
He knew we'd stop him if he did. Instead, he left us clues so we could figure it out and...
I know!
But what about the killer the police are holding now? Mitsuo did kill King Moron, right?
Excuse me.
I get it now. He said it was strange that the police were able to identify the cause of Mr. Moroga's death.
Then is King Moron the only one Mitsuo killed? That'd explain why there were no signs of King Moron being thrown into the TV. The killer didn't change his methods for King Moron. It just seemed that way because it was done by someone else.
I appreciate it, Helena. I mean, we can talk about it later. I haven't really thought about it. I've been... I've just been really trying hard to just stay positive about everything and just trying to convince myself that things will work out. It's not like I haven't been in this position before, obviously, and usually I'm okay. But you know, I don't like being in this position. It sucks. I've always had a job, and I don't like not having a job or being able to take care of myself. And there's not really anybody who can do anything for me as far as like what I would need. The best I could do, like I said, the best thing that could probably happen to me is I get approved for unemployment, and there will help me out with some money, and then I won't be quite as screwed until I get a new job. But I don't like being in this position. It makes me feel bad about myself. Even though it was kind of out of my control of losing my job. They were kind of looking for a reason to get rid of me anyway. So as soon as they had something, they just decided to do it. And it's unfortunate, but it happens. I know I'm a good employee, and I know I brought a lot of value to my job, but you know, if your higher ups don't like you, that doesn't really make a difference of shit. It doesn't matter how good you are. I would have had to been like the top seller and like have like 0 KPI as far as like my sales go, meaning like I would have to sell like to everybody, and even then I still don't think that would have saved me. My district manager just didn't like me, and she wanted me gone. She just didn't have like a way of doing it outright until she finally got her way to do it, and then she just took it, you know. So it is what it is. But you know, I do like my job. I like my job, and I had no problems with anybody I actually worked with. My manager was really nice, and I think she helped me out as much as she possibly could. I mean, I'd love to like blame her for it, but I don't really think it was her fault necessarily. Sorry, 1 second. I was just seeing why my phone flashed. But yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened that I have to deal with now. And although I'm a lot better position that I'm a, like, well, I wouldn't say like super much, but I'm a lot better of a position than when I was the first time this happened. I'm even a lot better than this the last time, even just back in October when they were trying to pull this shit on me. You know, they cut my hours down to like 2 days a week. So back then I was looking for a job too. And then things kind of calmed down a little bit, so I stopped. But that was my mistake. I should have just kept looking for something, to be honest. I wasn't having much luck, but I still should have kept looking. But, you know, I thought that things were going to be okay, and they just weren't. And I don't think that I had any way of knowing it, unfortunately. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for what I did that was kind of, you know, led up to some of it. But it still was, like, when you think about it, it didn't... The stuff that I could probably take responsibility for that happened was just stupid. You know, things like texting on my, like looking at my phone when I probably shouldn't have or whatever. Them getting mad at me eventually for like listening to music when I was doing the lab stuff, which I think is very stupid. But, you know, that was just in-house stuff that was happening. But, you know, they already had a couple of things on me from when my KPIs had dipped before. They just didn't let go. And so they just, and unfortunately, they just were able to find a way to get rid of me. And, you know, it is what it is. But I don't hold anything against the people I worked with. They were all very nice people. And, you know, it sucks, but I just have to deal with it. You know, it's part of life. So I just got to be strong, and hopefully that I will be positive, and hope I will find something else soon. You know, I basically turned my job, my full-time job, into looking for a job. So it's basically what I do all day outside of like eat and shower. I just sit on my phone or my computer and just apply for jobs. I have 2 people I need to send some stuff out to tomorrow, which is something. I don't know, but it is what it is. You know, I would love to, Helena, and I'll keep that in mind if, you know, things get real bad. But goddamn, living in California is just fucking such a fucking insane thing. I mean, especially with gas and stuff that be going up and stuff like that. I mean, they're not or anything, but it just, the cost of living in California is so fucking high. It's disgusting. But, you know, I will definitely keep that in mind if things become bad enough where I have to leave here, you know, for sure. I'm hoping it's not going to get to that point, but, you know, it's always good to have like a plan Z kind of thing. So I appreciate it. But if I was going to move, it would be because I'm already ready to move. It's not because I'm forced to, so we'll see how it goes. But I didn't want to become like a downer and everything. It's not something I like talking about because it just sucks in general.
That's amazing, Rise-chan. Shall I give you a massage?
You know, it makes me feel bad about myself because I feel like
Don't bother her.
You know, it makes me feel kind of like a... Yeah, don't get me wrong, Helena. I mean, you really can't live in California without a roommate. Believe me, that was one of the reasons I got out of that state was because I couldn't afford to live by myself, and I didn't want to have roommates anymore. I've had roommates for most of my life, and I was just kind of sick of it. Not saying you would be a bad roommate. I think you would probably be a better roommate than one of the better roommates I could probably pick. I mean, you're a responsible person, you know, for the most part, and you're pretty organized and stuff like that. And I know you wouldn't like not pay your bills or some shit. And you don't smoke meth, which is a really big plus. So, you know, but yeah, it's insane. I mean, hell, no, Helena, believe me, I've had shitty roommates, and I don't think that you would be anywhere near what you would think is a shitty roommate. Like I said, you don't smoke meth. That is a very big positive, and that should show you how bad some of my roommates have been. Okay. If my bar is so low that I'm saying you're a good roommate because you do not smoke methamphetamines, that's saying something. And you probably, you know, you wouldn't steal from me. And you wouldn't like not pay the bills or like if you did something like couldn't afford your part of the rent or something, I knew it'd be for a damn good reason. It wouldn't just be because you spent it on math. But yeah, I think you'd be a cool roommate. Even if there was some things I didn't like, I'm pretty tolerant as far as like how badly I've had it with certain roommates. So yeah, I don't think it'd be an issue. But like I said, I'll keep it in mind. Have you ever thought about leaving California, Helena? I mean, I think your family lives there and stuff like that, so I can understand that. But I don't know. Have you ever thought about like going? Have you ever like thought about moving to a different state or something?
Without that, I have no idea which way we should look.
Damn it.
That's good.
Too much we don't know about.
I mean, I'm good at paying my bills too. I'm never. I mean, I've only been late on my power bill once or twice. But never to the point where they turned off my power or anything like that. Just,
Hey,
you know,
snap out of it.
may have paid it like
Just
a.
like all the other times.
What do you mean license things? I cook though. I can cook. That's not an issue for me. I've actually learned how to be a decent cook over the years, basically because I had to. I didn't have like a choice. Well, sorry, Elena, I was talking to my sister. I can't move now, because moving now would mean I'd have to pay to break my lease, and that's a lot of money. And again, moving back to California would be tough for me, because I vowed I would probably never move back to the state ever again. But I will definitely keep it in mind, depending on how things go over the next couple months, because I probably could make it a couple months before I'm kind of close to being fucked. So we will see. But like I said, I appreciate you even thinking about me that way. And like I said, if it really came down to it, at least I know I could come to you if I needed to. So I do appreciate that. That means actually a lot to me, more than I could probably say right now. Well, I could definitely come visit at some point. You know, like once I have a job and can afford a plane ticket and stuff, I don't mind coming to visit you if we planned it out and stuff like that. It's not a big deal. But as far as moving there, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'm not giving up on this place yet, and I've been in this position before, so I'm trying to stay positive. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you putting out the help regardless, and that really means a lot to me. So, you know, yeah, I appreciate it. I've dealt with cats before. As long as they're not pissing on my stuff, I'm cool with it. I've dealt with cats and dogs both, and I guarantee your cats and dogs are your cats are probably nowhere near as bad as cats I've lived with before, so that wouldn't be an issue. Animals usually like me for the most part too, so. Well, I mean, I'm not in like trouble, obviously. It's just needing a place to live, that's all.
I wasn't panicking.
Ew, why would they poop on me? That's pretty fucking gross. Cat poop is kind of foul. Cat pee is worse,
we know he's over here, so all we gotta do is get him out.
I'm sorry I couldn't find him. All I need is.
But yeah, like I said, I still appreciate you even offering that. That means a lot to me. So, like I said, it'll be something I'll keep in mind in my back pocket. And like I said, I don't mind. You know, if I do get a job and everything, and I'm getting back on my feet, I don't mind coming to visit. That's not a big deal. Well, I mean, again, it's not going to be nearly as bad as the dogs I was taking care of in the last place I lived. So. I mean, shitting occasionally is not one big thing. You know, it's coming home to multiple days of shit that kind of starts to get to you after a while. I came home one time from... Actually, it was probably from one of the visits I want to say it was either... It was probably one of the Florida meetups that we had at some point in time, or like Tennessee or something. I don't remember which one it was. But yeah, I don't remember what trip it was, but I came back from a trip one time, and I came into the house. Yeah, grew up in Napa. But yeah, I came into our house. No, I grew up in Napa. I think I know where Los Gatos is, but I didn't grow up in Los Gatos. And I was living in San Francisco, obviously, before I moved here. But no, but yeah, I came home one time back when I was living with my old roommates before I moved here. And I walked upstairs, and I kid you not, because there was like, when you got up our stairs, there was one big hallway. And then, like, right off to the, like, kind of kitty-cornered from where you're standing was the living room, or was supposed to be the living room anyway. Ended up being, like, my niece's room, basically. And then down the hall one way was, like, rooms. Down the other way was the kitchen in my room. From one hallway to the next, like I kid you not, piles of diarrhea. I mean, probably like 10 piles. And I mean, it was not even like half shit, half diarrhea. It was literally just 10 piles of straight diarrhea going down the hall in like spots with piss everywhere. Apparently one of the dogs got real sick, and while my fucking roommate's dad was out, had shit all over the house, and he didn't know it. And well, maybe he did. I don't know. He could have seen it and just went, I'm not fucking with that. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I ended up having to come home and spent the next like 3 hours cleaning the carpets and shit, and cleaning up dog shit and piss. And yeah, it was fucking horrendous. So even if your dad's cats poop every once in a while, I don't think it's nearly as bad as what I've had to deal with for animals that were not mine. And even if your dad's cats did shit somewhere, I'm sure you would pick it up. You wouldn't just like leave it there until somebody else picked it up. Like, yeah, that was a fun time. Probably the last trip where we had everybody together at the same time before things popped off too much and people fractured off a little bit. No, I do remember that. I do remember that though. Practice putting F1. But yeah, so again, you know, not trying to be like Debbie Downer or anything, but that's just what I've been dealing with over the past like couple days. So, you know, it is what it is. At least I've got some money, and obviously my credit cards if it came down to it. I mean, I saw them pop up on they were streaming. I don't know. I mean, today is does he usually stream on Tuesdays? I kind of lost track of what his streaming thing was. I'm sure she is doing it of her own free accord, you know. I don't know if she has her own channel, but I'm sure it's definitely probably not hurting her channel if she does have one to like. Does he not usually stream on Tuesday? I don't know. Maybe he's going somewhere. Maybe he has like a race coming up. He might be having like a race come up or something where he's not going to be able to stream. You know, sometimes he has to do that. He has to like move his streaming line a little bit if he's like leaving or something because he won't be able to stream on his normal days. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't talk to Cody as directly as much as I used to. I talk to Jesse more than I talk to him by far. And even then, she's busy a lot, so I don't know. You know, I don't always hear from her directly as fast as some people would. Maybe. It's very well. I mean, I'm kind of doing the same thing. Streaming helps. I've been streaming a lot lately because one, I'm just happy to stream, and my streams are actually doing decently okay for what I've been doing. So, the shower time. What are you talking about? No, that's my Helena. We've been over this before. You have to go to my OnlyFans to see the shower time streams. Okay, they won't let me do shower time streams on YouTube because I will get kicked off. If you want to see my shower time streams, then you got to go to my OnlyFans. Head water? Wait, does that say hard? Oh, hard water. Wait, Heard water? Heard water? Did you... Amber Heard water? No, I don't want Amber Heard's bath water. That bitch takes doo-doos in beds. She probably have shit particles in there. That's gross. I mean, most people probably have shit particles in their bathwater, but. Did you try to say hard water? Because you spelled herd water, and I don't know what you meant by that. Like, do you mean like amber herd? Do you mean like a herd of cows or buffalo or something? And either one of those cases, no. But yeah, I mean, if you want to watch me shower, we can talk about that later. But unfortunately, YouTube does not allow that kind of content on here. I probably already have like 1 million subscribers. Oh, you heard water. Oh no, I was getting some water from. I was getting a glass of water from the. Or I was getting a cup of water from my. Sorry, I was getting a cup of water from my sink. So I was thirsty. I don't think you'd be able. Well, no, you probably would be able. It is. Well, it was raining in the game. I don't think it is today, but no, not today. And it's not raining here, thankfully. But no, I just had to get some water from the sink because I was thirsty. I'm trying to drink more water, so yeah. I'm not the best at drinking water, but I'm trying to be better about it and stuff like that. So I do a lot better than I used to, but. So yeah, I need to give this guy the Riz wire. Cool, I just completed 2 things in one time, or one go. But yeah, it does rain in this game occasionally. It's the only time you can watch the Midnight Channel and stuff like that. But no, it's not raining here today as far as I can tell. Where do I gotta go next? Police officer at the shopping district north. Wait, you didn't want to wait for what? I'm confused. Did I miss something? Is this about you wanting to watch me shower? Have you watched me shower before? Was that why I kept hearing the door open and close when I was taking showers when I was in Florida? I mean, cool. If you wanted to watch it, you could just ask. But geez, you don't have to like spy on me unless that's your thing. I gotta go to the. No, I locked the door when I was in Tennessee. Specifically because I didn't want that little goblin trying to peek on me, because he probably would have. He probably would have tried to peek on me. He's very obsessed with my genitalia, so he was always telling me I had a nice dong and stuff like that. So I was like, cool. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do, but you know, it wasn't in the normal joking way that we do it, and it was more like in the like he really wanted to see my wiener kind of thing, and no. Which is weird because I don't mind, like, I'm not very shy about people seeing my junk or anything like that in a respectable manner and everything. Toby, though, nah, he's probably the one person that doesn't get to see my wiener. Only because I'd be afraid he would, like, try to attack me like some starving fucking dog or something. And I'm just not down for that. Even if I was into men, I definitely would not be into a person like Toby. Put it that way. Fuck. Granted, I'm not gay, but granted, there's nothing wrong with being gay. But even if I was gay, I would definitely not be gay with men like Toby. Put it that way. I have better standards of myself than that. Oh yeah, he got kicked off of he got kicked off. His first channel got well, that's true. Did he actually clean the windows though? I mean, that dude didn't do anything, so I wouldn't be surprised if you told him to do it and he just didn't. But even if he did, good. I'm glad he had to clean my dick oils off the fucking glass. Fuck that dude. But yeah, he got his first channel terminated because let's just say he downloaded something he was not supposed to, and YouTube found out about it. Well, okay, I wouldn't say they didn't. Like, Google found out about it, and I think it got back to YouTube because his YouTube goes through his Google. Sorry, I think his YouTube went through his Google, and when his Google got shut off, I think he got his. I thought he got caught downloading some stuff. Yeah, he got caught downloading some not so good stuff. What did they call it? Like, there's like an acronym for it, but I don't remember what it is, like SCAC or something like that. Like, or, no, wait. SWAC or something? I don't remember. You can look it up though. But yeah, he downloaded he downloaded probably one of the worst things you could download off the internet. And I think his Google it flagged his Google account and Google shut him down. And I think because of that, he lost his original channel. And then I think when he tried to make a new channel, well, it wouldn't surprise me, Review Tech. It would not surprise me if he did both. It really wouldn't. Yeah, C-Scam, or C-Sam, that's what it's called. Yeah, he downloaded some C-Sam and got caught, and then tried to say he was hacked or some shit. I'll tell you later, Helena. It's not like a new development or anything. It's people have known about it for a while, but I'll tell you about it later. He got caught downloading probably the worst thing you could download off the internet, basically, if you can put two and two together. And Google found out about it, and then they shut his account down. And then I think because his account was linked to his YouTube got shut down as well. And then when he tried to make a new channel on YouTube, he got they figured out that it was him, and they shut that channel down. Because once you get banned off YouTube, you're technically not allowed to come back as far as like making a new account and stuff like that. Because if you try and YouTube finds out, they'll just shut down any channel you create after that. It's kind of like Twitter, except Twitter sucks at it because I've had like 9 Twitter accounts. I keep getting banned and I just keep coming back. But YouTube is a little different. YouTube's kind of the same way, but it's just they're a little better at finding people when it comes to stuff like that. So they found out he made another account, and they shut that one down too. So he has no account now. So yeah, but anyway, so yeah, again, it probably, I mean, he definitely deserved it and everything, but yeah, that's basically what kind of the allegations were. So wait. But when you said you didn't want to wait, did you... I mean, that one probably got shut down too, Reviewville. I wouldn't doubt it. He probably figured as soon as he uploaded, they were going to find it and shut that account down too, which they should. People like him should not be on the internet at all, but it is what it is. Wow, that got way off topic. I don't even remember what I was originally talking about. Oh yeah, well, I was just talking about my woes. I was just talking about the, you know, about my not having a job at the moment, unfortunately. But like I said, I mean, I've been... Oh, well, yeah, I mean, technically torrenting is illegal. I mean, yeah, that does make sense. The funny thing is, like, okay, so yeah, I think it's just generally illegal, obviously. You're not supposed to, like, download movies and stuff off the internet for free, or pirate them and stuff like that, obviously. Not that they would ever really find out that you did it other than your school, but, what the fuck? But no, it wasn't the fact that he was like, it wasn't the fact that he was downloading something, it was what he downloaded. He downloaded Cheese Pizza. If you understand what I'm talking about. Like, Cheese Pizza. Think of the first two letters in that in Cheese Pizza, and then think about what that means, and then you will understand what he downloaded. And again, it's not like I'm saying anything wrong, because he basically kind of admitted to it, so... Well, you're not in school anymore, Helena. It's not like they can kick you out now. Although, granted, when it comes to... oh, I finally got the Jack Frost doll. Cool. I don't know. I mean... Yeah, that would have sucked. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that you didn't get in trouble for it. Obviously, I'm glad you were able to, you know, keep going and get your life to where it is. But, yeah, I don't know. It's like the whole like. I used to download like a lot of music back in the day illegally and stuff like that, and like sometimes movies and shows. But nowadays, like I almost feel like that's kind of like there's so much streaming stuff out there nowadays. You don't really need to pirate stuff anymore. You just gotta wait for it to be out, and then eventually you can just watch it all anyway. And I mean, people might still like torrent stuff. I don't know. I wouldn't risk it now just because I remember back in the day it was fucking like I remember back in the day when we had like LimeWire and like Kazaa and FrostWire and shit, and those things were just viruses waiting to happen. You know, I literally destroyed a computer because I was trying to download music off fucking like FrostWire or something like that. I mean, like, literally bricked the computer because it got so badly infected that there was nothing I could do. And then somebody tried to fix it for me, and then, like, the computer just disappeared, so I think they stole it or something, but I don't know. But, yeah, like, I literally downloaded some, like, music or something off fucking FrostWire, which wasn't even, like, the first one. LimeWire was, well... Kazaa might have been before LimeWire, I can't remember. But they were all hot garbage. And everything was just a virus waiting for it to happen. I mean, you would try to download a song and it would be like 9 gigabytes big. And you try to figure out why it was 9 gigabytes, but you download it anyway. And then you realize it was 9 gigabytes because it was like 100 million fucking viruses. Well, I don't want you to be crying. Don't cry, Helena. Obviously, it doesn't happen, but it was probably a little traumatic for you. I can understand. You know, the older we get, the weirder we deal with stuff like that, with trauma and stuff like that. And that was probably a very traumatic thing that happened because you almost got kicked out. You could have gotten kicked out of school and everything because of it. But I wouldn't. I mean, you know, I wouldn't cry about it now. I bet. I mean, I've been there before, believe me. Not necessarily getting, well, I wouldn't say necessarily getting kicked out of school, but because I left my school and graduated somewhere else, but where am I going now? Where do I hang out? Oh, you know what? I wonder. Let me go here. I wonder if I can hang out with Marie. No, I'm not there. But yeah, I can understand that. Like I said, I mean, I've had certain things in my life that I think back on it and it never gives me a good feeling. So I get it. Believe me. Like I said, it's, you know, we all deal with trauma in weird ways. And sometimes when it comes back up to us, it shocks us a little bit. But I hope you're not crying too much over it. I mean, you know, I wouldn't want you to be crying over something. I kind of indirectly brought it up, but
yes.
But yeah, I hope you know. Don't cry about it, obviously. I'm gonna start my oven. I'm getting kind of hungry. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I've kind of had things like that happen, Helena. I have very vivid dreams a lot of the time. You know, there's two things that actually do affect your sleep quite a bit, though, that I've never really thought of before. But apparently, one thing that can kind of affect your sleep somewhat, that most people don't think about, is your sleeping position. Depending on how you sleep, certain sleeping positions can give you more vivid dreams than others. I mean, that can happen. I've had that happen before. It's like you can't sleep all night, and then you know, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, you close your eyes, you open them up, and it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. I've literally fallen asleep in a position, woke up, and thought I only had like moments pass before. I don't understand how that happens either. I remember one time we were on vacation with my aunt and uncle and some other like kind of extended family, and we were watching a movie or something, and I was sitting on the couch watching the movie with them, and I remember like closing my eyes for a second and opening my eyes again, and everything was dark. Nobody was in the room with me, and it was like midnight. I was like, "The fuck happened?" I was really confused, like seriously confused. It was like time just passed by in an instant, but that happens sometimes. I don't know why. Well, that's one good way you know you're dreaming is if you can't do math, because, you know, apparently in dreams, if you usually can't do math and you can't read things. That's one way you can know you're dreaming. But yeah, so that can happen. Dreams and stuff are a very interesting thing. We still don't know a whole lot about them. Oh yeah, but apparently your sleeping position can actually affect your dreams quite a bit, at least how bad you dream. Not saying like bad dreams, good dreams, or anything. I'm just mean like how vivid your dreams are. So apparently apparently when you sleep in positions where you get more oxygen to your brain, like on your back or on your side, you tend to have more vivid dreams than you do if you're like a stomach sleeper or something, because you're getting more oxygen into your brain. Although, my coworker said that that might be the exact opposite. It might be that, you know, certain, like if you have sleep apnea or something like that, one reason why you might know you have it is because you have like really vivid dreams. I don't know. That's okay, math's not for everybody. I wasn't what I could call bad at math, but I didn't like math beyond a certain point. I think the math class, the last math class I took, I think, was about Algebra 2. I didn't do very well in geometry. Actually, in fact, I didn't take geometry. I had to transfer out of the class because I was doing so badly.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I have like geometry. I mean, like algebra wasn't what I'd call like fun for me, but I got through it pretty well for the most part.
I'll see.
I was probably like a B student in algebra, which is fine with me. I didn't need to be an A student, but something about geometry just doesn't click with my brain. I don't know why, and I just couldn't do it for some reason. I think after the first major test we took and I bombed it like real hard, I just transferred out of the class, or I think I just dropped the class because I was like, "There's no point. I'm just not going to be able to do this." I mean, that's fine, Helena. I mean, obviously, don't do it when I'm like, well, just make sure I'm awake when you do it. You know, because I might wake up very confused and not exactly know what's going on. But, you know, that's fair. We're friends. You know, I don't mind comforting friends and stuff if they're not feeling great. I mean, I haven't had to do it for a while, but you know, I'm always here to help and stuff like that. Obviously, I will warn you that I'm not like so. It's not that I don't try to be comforting with people when they are going through stuff. I'm always happy to like be there for friends and stuff like that, and you know, talk if you need me and stuff like that. Like I'm always here for people like that, obviously. And like I do my best to like, you know, give advice and stuff like that if it's needed. So it's never like I would just, you know, it's not like I would just leave friends hanging and stuff like that. But I will say, sometimes I don't always know how to react when people are having like large amounts of emotion around me. So that's fair. I can do that. Shit, I don't even know how to handle my own emotions. Sometimes it's just one of those things. Oh, let's see. What am I doing? That's fair, Helena. I can understand that.
After Mom died, I was lonely, but I'm not the only one who's sad that Mom's not here anymore. Dad, he was lonely too. I'm sorry. Thank you. Good night. I don't know if I've ever heard of Gintama before, but I'm not like expert on anime either. I've seen quite a few animes, but I'm not like what I call fluent in anime, at least not nowadays. I will say probably one of the stupidest things I ever like. Speaking of like pirated to torrent and stuff, right?
I think one of the dumbest things, and I wouldn't say it was like dumb just in general, but when I think back on it, it's like it's kind of funny because I've never been like, at least nobody I've never known to pirate something like this, but I actually pirated the entire series of the graphic novel, like Kick-Ass. Like, I mean, obvious. I don't. The second movie might have already even been out then too, but I can't remember. But I definitely already seen the first movie, and the whole thing is based on a graphic novel series. And I actually went and torrented the whole series on my laptop and read them on my laptop. That's the only time I've ever downloaded like a book or anything off the internet like that, but. But yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like I said, something that's kind of connected with a traumatic event, it's a little hard to go back to. There are certain songs I can't listen to this day because of something like that, Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh, south, not north. I didn't see a police officer over here, though. Oh, there he is. I mean, if I'm gonna have like plain white rice, I'm gonna at least have like some butter and salt in it. I can't just eat like plain ass rice with nothing on it. That's a little. I mean, I guess if I was starving, I probably could. And I could eat like butter rice with a little salt in it. Don't get me wrong, that's just good as fuck. But I'd have to have a little something on it. Yeah, Review Phil. That's a hard song for I think most people to listen to, especially after what happened. I mean, even if that song is just sad in general because of what kind of what it's about, and even if Chester hadn't died, that song would still kind of hit hard for just what he's singing about. You know what I mean? But just the context of the song, that was like one of the last songs I think they worked on as far as before his unfortunate passing and everything. And then the context of his passing, and then for him to write a song like that. It's yeah, that's a song. I mean, it's a tough song for most people to listen to if you were any kind of fan of Linkin Park at all. But even then, if you've ever lost somebody like the way that he went out, like it's a doubly tough song because not only does it make you think of him, but then it also makes you think of the person that you lost, not just sucks in general. I mean, it's a beautiful song, don't get me wrong, and it definitely, like, the context of that song definitely is very touching and moving and beautiful because of what he's trying to say. But at the same time, when the fact of what it's actually about, and then the fact of what happened to him, and then, that kind of thing, that just makes it, like, hard altogether. And I don't talk about this much at all because I don't really see a reason to. Because it's not like it's not a good thing for me to talk about, for one. It's definitely still probably one of the harder things I ever had to deal with, and probably ever will. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still kind of dealing with it in my own way because I don't know if there's a way that you really get over it. But my mom passed away quite a while ago. I want to say it was October of 2011. So it's been 15 years now, I would say. Or it'll be 15 years this year. It'll be 15 years in October of this year, I guess. And usually when people, when I have to tell people that my mom passed away, I usually don't say much beyond that because people don't really ask me questions. And for some weird reason, somebody does ask me a question, I just tell them that she was sick, and I just kind of leave it at that. Which, I mean, in all fairness, it's not necessarily what I'd call, it's not necessarily a lie. Because my mom was sick, but she wasn't sick, like, physically. She was just very sick mentally. My mom had a lot of mental issues for different reasons. She was on a lot of medication at different points in my life and stuff like that to function. And she did the best she could. You know, it is what it is. But unfortunately, my mom took her own life. That's how she passed, basically. There's a little bit more to it than that. There's no point in going into it all because it just doesn't make any difference now. But yeah, my mom took her own life. Not like because of me or anything or my sister. It was a totally different situation. And again, you know, she was pretty mentally unwell for a while, unfortunately. You know, the fucked up thing, one of the more fucked up aspects of it is it wasn't her first time trying it, unfortunately. I will think about it, Helena. I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now, but I'll think about it and I'll let you know. For sure. I really do appreciate it. I mean, I don't expect anything from anybody, but I do appreciate it. But I will definitely think about it and text you or something and let you know. But yeah, anyway, the only reason I brought that up was I didn't bring that up because I wanted people to like feel sorry for me or anything. Because that's just not the kind of person I am. It didn't have anything to do with anybody except for my mom, her piece of shit boyfriend, and just life. That's fair, Helena. I understand what that means. Believe me. But yeah. So I wasn't. Fucking flight-wise, I'm like an hour away from Vegas, I think. I'm not far. I'm probably about as far away from Vegas as I was back when I lived in California for the most part. I think it was only like an hour flight. I never flew to Vegas back when I was living in California, though. I didn't start flying to Vegas until I actually moved where I am now, or living where I am now. But flight-wise, it's not a far trip. It's like an hour or something like that, like maybe an hour and like 10 minutes or something. Not far at all. Driving wise, I mean, I don't know. It'd probably take me a day or two. I don't have a car, obviously, but if we drove, I mean, I would say probably a day or two, maybe, depending on how fast we drove. Maybe a day. I don't know. I mean, we drove from Napa to Seattle in about 16 hours back when I used to visit my grandma. So I would say it'd probably be somewhere around there, maybe 16 hours or something, maybe 20 hours at the most. I don't know. If you drove straight through. I could be entirely wrong on that too. I have no clue. But fly though, it's not far. It's like an hour, maybe an hour, 10 minutes or something like that, I think. It's not hard. Probably takes me almost as long to get to the airport as actually just to fly to Vegas for me. So, but no, what I wasn't like saying, I wasn't explaining my mom's passing there, obviously, like for sympathy or pity or anything like that. But I was just saying, like, something like that, like One More Light for that song not only hits me hard because of, you know, the fact of how Chester died, obviously, because it's very tragic. And Linkin Park was a great band and one of my favorite bands even to this day. Maybe not every album, obviously, but, you know, I would say their first two albums are two of my most favorite albums of any artist I've probably ever listened to. Hybrid Theory was a fucking masterpiece. Don't get me wrong, I liked Meteora too, but I feel like Meteora was kind of when they were getting, like, Meteora is kind of it was a little bit more deeper of an album when it came out, and I appreciated that. But just for the raw, like, power, Hybrid Theory is still probably my favorite album by then, and probably the album I know more of anything. But I feel like Meteora is definitely one of their stronger albums as far as overall with different types of genres of music and stuff like that. But yeah, it's when it comes to Linkin Park, even the stuff that I didn't like, I mean, their music was still amazing regardless. But that song definitely does hit hard for a multitude of reasons for me. You know, it's a great song. I just don't listen to it very often because it does definitely kind of put me in my feels about things, and not in what I'd say a good way. But I still appreciate the fuck out of Chester regardless. You know, I haven't really listened to anything, you know, at all after his passing, unfortunately. And it's not like I have anything against the band for keeping to go on. I think I listened to one song by them from after they got the girl, and I don't remember her name, but after they got her to take over, or I wouldn't say take over, that's a bad way to say it. After that girl joined the band, as the newest member, basically, I listened to one song. I think it was some, like, The Silence Machine or something like that. And I just didn't really like it all that much. And it's nothing against them or against the girl or anything. I think that they do a great job. It's not really my type of music now. Now, granted, I haven't listened to much of their music. I think I listened to that one song and that was it. Their other songs could be great. Don't get me wrong. It's just the band has taken kind of a different direction, and I just don't like it as much from what I've kind of seen from them. But hey, I mean, all power to them for wanting to keep it going. I don't think that they necessarily should have stopped. And rebranding yourself is really hard because you kind of have to start from the bottom when it comes to stuff like that. So people have like, oh, they should just change their name and not been Linkin Park anymore. It's like, but yeah, you don't understand how hard it is to go from being a band like Linkin Park to becoming something else, and then expecting you to be just as big as Linkin Park, because it doesn't happen like that, you know. So, you know, if you look at like Mike's other project, Fort Minor, I don't know how well it did, to be honest. And it's not like it was bad. It's just that for whatever reason, I just don't think it caught on as well as Linkin Park did, because Linkin Park was a very unique band when it comes to the components of everything that made them the band, because not only were they kind of nu metal, they were also, you know, they had Chester, who could scream and sing like a fucking angel. You had Mike, who was the rapper, and then you had the dude on the DJ who kept the scratches going. And even though they kind of moved a little bit away from the DJ part of it, as far as what I heard from their later stuff, it was still there. You know, and that's why I think that Meteora, the Hybrid Theory and Meteora were their two best albums, because it just had everything in there that they needed that made Linkin Park the kind of band that it was. And if you really try to find a band like Linkin Park, it's very hard. I don't know another band like Linkin Park that had all the different kind of ways that they did things. I mean, how many nu metal bands do you know that are, you know, nu metal with a singer and a rapper and a scratch artist at the same time? It just doesn't really happen like that, you know? And That's why. That's why. Kingdom Hearts 3 is cool. I'll be right back. I have to piss real quick. 1 second. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is a great series. I mean, it's complicated as fuck as far as the story goes, but the gameplay's fun. I always liked it. I think 2 is still my favorite as far as like if I had to rank them without bringing all the other offshoots and shit. I think 2 is still my favorite, but I think 1 is probably my least favorite, but only because it was the first one, and when you compare it to the other 2, like 2 and 3, it just doesn't play as well as the other 2. That's the only gripe I really have about it. Other than that, still a great game. To be fair, I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is probably everybody's favorite. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't have anything against 3. I think 3 was a great game too. There's just something about 2 that just hits the best out of all of them. I don't know why. I think you're kind of mixing up. Where am I at? Loki. Oh, it's supposed to be C and B. God damn it. Hang out with Marie? No. Fuck. I don't know why. Oh well. Anyway. Oh, okay. mean, Final Fantasy is in Kingdom Hearts, but they don't have like a straight up Final Fantasy Kingdom Hearts game. I played 15, but I never beat it. I got like stuck somewhere and I don't remember why, and I just kind of got like I just kind of gave up on the game, and I don't have it anymore, obviously. But I always think about picking it up again because it's always on sale for like $14. But isn't Type Zero just like, well, it wasn't. I mean, it's its own game, but wasn't it also kind of like a getting people ready for kind of the how 15 was going to play? I mean, that game could probably have a computer because I think originally it was also a. Oh, so I got something wrong about this game though.
All right.
So I thought that Persona 4 was a mobile game, or not a mobile game, but like a handheld game, I think it was on the Vita if I remember correctly, but originally Persona 4 came out for the PlayStation 2. I had no clue. I don't even remember this game ever being on the PlayStation 2. And I think that they re-released it as Persona 4 Golden, and it might have been on both the PlayStation 2 and the Vita, but it was definitely on the PlayStation 2 because I was watching a video about this game earlier today, and like the difference between the Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden, and there's a lot of difference. We'll see. I've never done a reaction video, but we'll see.
Yo.
One reason I like live streaming is because you don't have to edit anything. You don't have to like really do anything as far as like messing with the footage. You just have to let it be, and then it just just people watch you as you do it. Doing videos and stuff like that is cool, but like the whole thing with like you have to edit the videos and you have to like unless you just do a one take video. If I ever did create a video, that's probably what I would do. It would just be literally a one take video. I don't know if I would have to edit it at all, but I'll think about Helena. Oh, the reason why I said that though was because I think the Type Zero actually was a PSP game or a PS Vita game, and then they re-released it as Final Fantasy Type Zero for the. I don't own the game, but yeah, if I ever find, it's probably on computer, but yeah, once I get a job and I find it on sale or something, I'll definitely get it and play it. I can't tell you if I'll like it, but I'll definitely try it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Type Zero was definitely a PS Vita game, and then they re-released it on. Later gen consoles before 15 came out because they were trying to hype people up for 15. even though I don't think that the two are connected really at all, but the gameplay was kind of they were trying to kind of link the gameplay between the games so that people would get more used to the gameplay of 15 since it played so differently. Because, 15 was like the segue into like the kind of JRPG hack and slash in a way. Because if you think about it, the last one they did was before that was 14. Although 14, I think, was an MMORPG.
Welcome home, big bro.
But 4 was definitely on the PS2 though, for sure. Because I just, like I said, just watched a whole video about this dude talk about the difference between the two variations. They probably could have been on a handheld system. That makes sense though, and why this game is a little bit bigger than what I thought would be on something like the PS Vita. But this one right here. Oh yeah, I never got around to like getting the whole. I never got around to like figuring out the whole modding thing. I'm sorry. I know you've given me shit before on that, but I don't. I've just never gotten around to like figuring it out because I haven't. I don't know. Just haven't had a reason to. It's not like It's not like hella people. I mean, if I had a lot of people in my chat, and then yeah, I'd understand it. But it's mostly just people we already know. So you can always text it to me. You can just text me the link, Selena. You got my number. Why did you send me the ending of the game? I've never played it before. Trying to spoil it for me already? What are you sending me? Whoops, that's not what I'm looking at. Oh, stop it. I'll watch the intro, but I don't know if I want to watch the. I don't know if I want to watch the ending because I haven't played the game. It'll ruin it for me. Well, like I said, I think I've seen it on sale quite a few times. And it's never that expensive, so I don't mind buying it and trying to play it and see how it goes. I also don't know if I want to watch anything like super sad right now, and everybody's like, "This ending just ripped my heart out for my anus, and I can't believe it." I'm not trying to be super sad. Like, I've already been like sad enough as it is, and just lose my job and everything else, but I don't want to be extra sad. Is Chichiri one of like the characters in the game? But yeah. Jokers would be cool if they were real. Unfortunately, I think that people would like hunt them and try to eat them and sell their feathers and stuff, but they seem like they'd be cool animals though. Better than ostriches. Fuck those mean ass things. Or like cassowaries. Big ass birds in the world, but can't get near them because they'll kill you. Fuck. Ain't that some bullshit? It's just massive bird that's probably the closest we'll ever get to something like a fucking dinosaur. And oh yeah, it just sliced my stomach open and killed me for no reason. Cassowaries are mean as fuck too. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, ostriches mostly are mean. They're just very territorial. But, you know, sometimes most of the time they'll just run away from you. They'll only really attack if they have to. Sometimes they will charge you, yeah, but it really depends on kind of what's going on. But in the wild, they're not quite as mean as you would think they are. They're very skittish, so they're mostly just like run from you. Cassowaries were made by Satan, and cassowaries are very mean and very evil animals, and they will just charge you just for the sheer shits and giggles of it. Cassowaries are kind of like, what's it called? They're kind of like polar bears in that way, because polar bears are one of the few animals in the world that will, like, especially for human beings, right? So like a lot of animals, they're not very many, but most animals, when they see you, they will not like That does not surprise me, Kalena, at all, like in any way, shape, or form. But no, just in general, like when it comes to oh, she's always going to be outside when she can come out, and she's not outside now. So, but yeah, when it comes to animals, most of the time, most animals will run from us. Like most animals are kind of more scared of us than we are of them in a lot of ways. So really, for an animal to like come at you, you either have to like really be in their space near their babies, or they have to be hungry. There's a few exceptions though, obviously. Alligators are pretty like when they're on you, they're dead set on getting you kind of thing. Sharks aren't too big about like sharks, even though they have like ideas on why sharks attack people. They still aren't like very shy about it, you know. At least not always. But one of the animals that's probably the worst about it is polar bears, because polar bears are one of the few animals that will basically kind of get you. Like polar bears, just seeing you will attack you. Like that's all they have to do. You just have to be in their line of sight, and they will come after you. Polar bears are probably the meanest bear in the world, outside of the sun bear or like the flat-faced bear or whatever the fuck it's called, which actually is one of the few bears that will also kill you on sight. And if you've never seen a sun bear or a flat bear, whatever they call it, look it up. Things are fucking terrifying. They rock up to like jaguars on the regular, and they're like the epitome of like that saying, you gotta out crazy, because that's like their whole fighting style is just, I'm crazy as fuck and I will kill you if I have to. But polar bears are the other one that will like the polar bears actively hunt humans. Put it that way. If they see a human, they will actively hunt you. And they can smell you from miles away. You fart and that motherfucker will know you are like 50 miles away. I kid you not. And they're mean as fuck. And technically they're not white. Their fur is like translucent. So they don't really have like a color to them. They just, because the fur is all matted on each other, it makes it look white, but they're technically like clear in a way, or like kind of translucent. That's why when they like eat something and their fur gets stained, it stains for a while. But cassowaries are one of the other few animals that will attack you on sight. You don't even have to do anything to them. You don't have to like come near them. You don't have to like go near their babies. Them seeing you is enough to like warrant them attacking your ass. And I've seen videos of it too. They actually have places in, I want to say Australia, but they probably are in other places too. But they might only be in Australia. But I've seen signs in Australia where like the cassowaries might be, and they literally will tell you like, warning, cassowary in the area, like please stay cautious, because those motherfuckers will just attack you out of nowhere. And they have like a claw that's like that on their front foot. It's like 6 inches long, and it's like one massive fucking claw, and it's serrated as fuck too. The thing's sharp as a motherfucker. And one swipe of that thing, and it will disembowel you. You will not live. I've watched them like people hold up like a battering ram, like almost like the ones that police use to ward off a cassowary. And they kicked that thing so hard, not only did they dent it, but they sent the person like flying. It was fucking insane. Those birds are not a joke. They are probably the most evil bird in the world as far as like attacking human beings. Oh yeah, I need to go to the floodplains. Yeah, they are scary. They're oh wait, no, that's what I'm. No, cassowaries are evil. You can't. I mean, yeah, they're wild animals. Don't get me wrong, but they're just evil. Cassowaries are just evil creatures. Not saying they don't have a right to exist, because they do, but goddamn, I'm glad they don't exist anywhere near me. And again, those things are probably the closest things we have to dinosaurs, outside of like alligators and shit. Like cassowaries and fucking Actually, chickens are probably one of the closer animals that we have to dinosaurs, because a chicken is like a direct descendant from the T-Rex, which is really funny to me. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but it just did somehow. Like along the way, that chickens are like the way off ancestors of, or sorry, T-Rex are like the way off ancestors of chickens apparently. But no, as far as like what dinosaurs kind of would have turned into eventually anyway, or what they kind of did turn into, birds and basically like a cassowary and a like emus and ostriches. Those are pretty close to what like dinosaurs probably were kind of like, you know. Like if you look at the actual, so a lot of people may or may not know this. When it comes to Jurassic Park, the original one anyway, the first one, or any of them actually, to be honest, they're not like the most scientifically accurate movies about dinosaurs. They tried to seem like they were, but they're just not, unfortunately. There's a lot of different like inconsistency with Jurassic Park. Granted, some of it can be explained away. A lot of people say that the reason why dinosaurs do look the way they do, as far as the Jurassic Park, is because they had to splice the dino DNA with frog DNA, I think it was, to be able to make it stable or something like that. And that's why the dinosaurs look a little bit more reptilian than dinosaurs actually. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. Some dinosaurs did look very reptilian. And I think dinosaurs were considered reptiles for the most part. But it turns out not only did we misidentify a lot of dinosaurs, kind of like the Bronchiosaurus. Technically, the Bronchiosaurus does not exist. It's not a real dinosaur. They misidentified the Bronchiosaurus because they thought that they found a new species. Turns out it is just another. It was like another, like kind of version of the Titanosaurus. Which the Titanosaurus was basically what we think the Brachiosaurus was. It's just the biggest. It's like I think to this day still, if I remember correctly, the Titanosaurus was the biggest terrestrial animal to ever walk Earth ever. You know, some of them were like the size of like 6-7 story buildings, if not bigger. I think they did a size comparison to what like a fully grown Titanosaur would probably look like if it was real. And I can't remember if they said it was about as big as the Empire State Building or if it was about as big. I want to say probably not that, but it was definitely, I think, bigger than the Statue of Liberty, when like if you lifted its head the neck all the way up and everything like that. Plus their tails were fucking massive. I mean, they were so fucking long. The whole thing was, I mean, if you measured it from tail to head, I mean, fuck. They probably were about as big as the Empire State Building, just not stood straight up.
Well.
But yeah, but one of the things that they got wrong,
Listen, dear.
well, obviously the T-Rex roar is not real. They, you know, obviously we know that they combined like 7 different animals into that to make that what we think a T-Rex sounds like. If you actually want to know what the T-Rex sounded like, you can Google it, or you can go to like what the T-Rex sound like really sound like on YouTube, and you'll see like a video on it that they've kind of like from studying different animals, from like certain birds to alligators and crocodiles and stuff, to see how they act when they're making noise. The T-Rex in real life, if they have any, if the sound that you hear now is like anything like what it was supposed to be, that makes more sense. But it's also very scary because it was a very weird sound, and it sounds a lot more like birds than it does like what we think the T-Rex actually would sound like in the movies. They're not even sure if the T-Rex could roar, to be honest. They have a feeling he could, but they're also not 100% sure. they think that he definitely growled more or like made this weird like popping noise with his voice. And then you'd have to look up the sound to see what it is because I can't replicate it. But one of the big things that they fucked up in Jurassic Park that people didn't really know unless you knew dinosaurs, and eventually they kind of got called out on it, but they were like, whatever, was the Velociraptor. So the Velociraptor actually didn't look anything like what it does in the movie because that's a totally different dinosaur than the Velociraptor. The one that they used, that they called the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park, in like every Jurassic Park they've ever made, is actually like the and I never remember this name completely, but I think it's called like the it's either like the Dilophosaurus or like the Dilophosaurus. I can look it up probably. Okay, so it was called the Deinonychus, the Deinonychus, which meant terrible claw. It was also possibly the Utah. They also think it was possibly a Utah raptor. But so the dinosaur that they called the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park was not the actual Velociraptor. Actual Velociraptors were about the size of a small dog, or actually no, I'll take it back. They could get the size of probably the size of a big dog. They were, but some of them were the size of chickens. They had kind of a beakus formation on the front of their face, and they had feathers. Now that's the thing that's one thing that they got wrong about about dinosaurs in Jurassic Park in general was a lot of dinosaurs had feathers because again, you got to remember dinosaurs were more offshoots of birds than they were actual lizards, as far as we figured out now, or kind of a hybrid between bird and lizard. But there was quite a few fucking dinosaurs that had actually had feathers, and the actual Velociraptor, if you look it up, was much smaller. Probably wouldn't come up to most people's knees. And don't get me wrong, they were mean as fuck. I mean, they still had sharp claws and like little talons on their feet, but they weren't the ones that you see in Jurassic Park that they called Velociraptors. Were not actually Velociraptors. They were, like I said, the closest one, the closest dinosaur that we could figure that they kind of meant, or that was like probably the closest one, was the Deinonychus, or as they called it, the Utah raptor. And obviously, you know, the word raptor means bird, basically, is another way of saying bird. So really, I think Velociraptor actually came out to be like bird of prey or something like that, as far as like what it actually meant. But they're not birds. Well, actually, the real Velociraptor is actually a bird, or was not a bird, but like close to a bird. They couldn't fly, but they had like hella feathers and stuff. Now, if you've seen Jurassic Park Dominion, and there was that scene where they go to like the base in like fucking Antarctica or something like that, or somewhere where it's hella cold. And that little like dinosaur thing that attacks them there with the feathers that like dives into the ice and swims, that was basically a Velociraptor in real life, or as far as what we know about him anyway. Because obviously feathers and stuff don't really like fossilize. So surprising enough. So yeah, we don't really know much about him in that aspect, just in general. But yeah, it definitely was wrong. But again, a lot of people didn't know this because a lot of people don't have any fucking clue about dinosaurs, because why would you? Most of the time, the only thing we learn about dinosaurs is like movies and stuff. There's not, I mean, granted, you might read a few books when you're like a kid and stuff, but there's not very many people that like, after kids grow up, they'd kind of stick with dinosaurs unless you're like Ross from Friends. So yeah, it's interesting when you actually know things like that you're like, wow, they're full of shit. But I mean, even Michael Crichton admitted that like his books are rooted in about as much science that he could ever find about them. But obviously, since we don't know much about dinosaurs at that point when he was writing the books, a lot of it was guesswork, and he kind of admitted that. And then he kind of admitted that like his books really shouldn't be taken as like fact. Obviously, he puts science into it, but a lot of it's just straight science fiction, and that's how kind of people should trust it as to be science fiction. Because obviously we have never brought a dinosaur back from the dead or anything like that. I mean, we've definitely like thought about it as far as how we would do it, but yeah, we've never done it before. So it's probably never going to happen in real life because that would be a very complicated process to be able to make it happen. Because obviously, I think all dinosaurs actually were born from eggs, and it's like creating something you could grow a dinosaur would just be really weird. Again, not saying that they wouldn't not saying that they probably have never thought about it, but there's easier animals to clone out there than fucking dinosaurs. We'd probably have a better aspect of cloning a fucking woolly mammoth than we had dinosaurs, because at least the woolly mammoth has been around. The woolly mammoth were, more closely, were probably living when people were around versus dinosaurs, which were probably not. I think timeline-wise, we've already kind of figured out that like I wouldn't say figured out. For a long time, we did kind of figure that we knew how old the Earth was and how old mankind was to a point. But then, we found conflicting evidence to say otherwise as well. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, we I was trying to get rid of a book called Changing Careers. Cool. Hey, look, I'm reading a book about changing careers, and I don't know if that changed my career necessarily, but we'll see what my next job is, that's for sure. Yeah. Sorry, that was a long talk. That was a long tangent about pretty much nothing, but whatever. At least you know a little bit more about dinosaurs now, if you were ever interested in dinosaurs to begin with. And if you weren't interested in dinosaurs, well, at least you learned something new. If nothing else. If nothing else. God damn it, Marie's not here either. I can't. I'm like, I need to get a day ahead of her. I mean, I need to hang out with her so I'm more caught up with her. I think I'm still a day behind. Well, actually, I need to go hang out with the magician first. Let me do that. Right now. He's not here. Oh, he might be at school. Oh, it's Sunday. Oh, god damn it, I was just here. Well, at least you learned a little bit about dinosaurs and Dragon Ball and drugs. At least you learned never to do drugs in Thailand, because you'll either be in jail for life or you will be shot in the back of the head. Well, there's nobody that I can't figure out where he is. No, I don't know where he is. Well, I guess we'll just have to go hang out with Death Disease and fuck. Oh yeah, I remember I was talking about that movie, Broke Down Palace. It's like the whole reason I brought up Thailand. But yeah, so the Broke Down Palace was this movie that I believe Claire Danes was in back in the day, in like the 90s or early 2000s, something like that. And yeah, it's a true story actually. Basically, these two girls go on vacation to Thailand, and somehow they get in this they get wrapped up in this like drug smuggling thing. I don't remember if the dude like asks them to smuggle the drugs, or if he just gives them the package, asks them to take it with them, and they just don't look inside, or if he like just plants them on them and hopes it gets through. I don't remember what it was, but somehow or another they get arrested for drugs, and they end up in prison in I believe in Thailand, right? And but the yes, they get arrested and they get put in jail. And again, the punishment in fucking Thailand is outrageous for drugs, especially if you're like trying to smuggle, apparently. And so because of that, they get they basically want to give them both like life. I kid you not. Like they just basically want to be like, we're gonna just put you in prison and throw away the key and just never check on you guys again. Which is kind of what they do out there. I can't remember the dude's name, but the actor that plays the lawyer. So there just happened to be this like kind of mostly famous lawyer that was in the area at the same time, I think. And he just happened to hear about what happened. And the fact that they were American and he was American, he like went to go check on them basically, just out of to see how they were doing, because he knew it was like, this was kind of a fucked up situation. And that's when he kind of figured out what happened, or like when the girls were telling him what happened. So basically like he takes them on both on his, he takes both of their cases on basically to try to see if he can get them like, figure out what he can do. And, that's when like he's doing all this like kind of semi-detective work and stuff, even though he's a lawyer. trying to figure out exactly what happened. And then that's when he kind of figures out about what really happened, like the fact that they were kind of set up in a fucked up way. So he takes all this shit to court, and basically, like, they kind of win. When I say kind of, it's fucked up because the judge basically gives them an option. He said, even though the lawyer kind of like mostly proved what happened, he says that doesn't like excuse the fact that this is basically what it resulted in. And he basically gives them an option. He says, look, I will release one girl out of the two. Figure out who you want to release, and they will get released. The other one has to stay here and serve out their sentence, basically. And the judge the lawyer like really tried to fight it, and he realized like because he's not in America, he's not a Taiwanese lawyer. They're basically just kind of letting him help because they don't want this to turn into like a kind of a PR nightmare when it comes to Americans in Thailand and shit like that. And for the fact that like they kind of got caught in this whole like debacle, and didn't even really they didn't really what's the word or what's the thing I'm looking for? Like they didn't they got kind of bamboozled by drug dealers, but they didn't actually get the drug dealers. They just had these two girls, and they still didn't even know who the guy was that like set them up, basically. And so, in order to kind of save face, to not only like keep the idea up for their people that like if you try to smuggle drugs here, we will send you to jail for the rest of your life, basically. And also like to deter people from doing drugs in their country because that's what they've been kind of trying to do. And they were like, it was the only option that they were giving them to be able to like save face, but also not to create a PR nightmare, because the U.S. hadn't quite gotten involved yet. But it was almost seeming like that they were going to. And so basically they tried to make this fast deal with the lawyer saying, hey, if we give you one of the girls, the other one has to stay here and do the time. And that's just it. And you can't come back here, and the U.S. can't come here, and just this is going to be it. And the fucked up thing was and it's based on a true story. And I watched a documentary on it one time about what really happened. And they actually had the lawyer on the documentary, the actual lawyer. He was pretty old at that point. And it was really sad because he was like, he was recalling all the stuff that had happened or whatever. And he's like, and to this day, he's like, till I die, like till my last breath, he's like, I will never forget the fact that I couldn't save both of them. And he's like, and some people ask me to this day, like, hey, weren't you at least happy you got one? And he was like, no. He's like, I was relieved to get one. I would have been happy to get both. And he like had proposed everything. He had proposed extradition. He had proposed let them go back and serve their time in America. Like he had tried everything. And the Taiwanese were like, no, we're not letting her go. We're not letting him go. And that was the only option they gave him was take one and go, and the other one will stay. And originally, I think Claire Danes' character was going to go. And then, I don't remember why Claire Danes was going to be the one to go. I don't honestly remember enough about it to say this is why it is. But Claire Danes was going to be the one. And she basically took the lawyer aside and said no, because I think Claire Danes' character, if I remember correctly, didn't have any family. Like, I think her parents were either dead or something like that, or she didn't, like, I don't remember exactly. But I just remember her, like, really not having, like, anything to go back to, if I remember correctly. And even though she did want to be free, her friend who was with her had like family and like I think like a fiance or something, like a boyfriend or something. I don't remember exactly, but she had more on the outside than she did. And so basically, Cara Danes took the lawyer aside and was like, "Look, I know that like this, I know that like this was kind of worked out for me getting me released, because I think that's what it was. So her friend was technically the one that got caught with the drugs." But Claire Danes went down because she was with her friend. That's what it was. And so they wanted to keep the girl who got caught with the drugs, and they were going to let the other one go because they were like kind of collateral damage. We'll let her go. And basically, Claire Danes told the lawyer like, "Hey, take her. She has more on the outside than I do. That's just it. And if you don't take her, I will make sure I don't leave this place. You'll have to take her," because she was going to like kill herself or something. I don't remember what it was. Sorry, self-delete. Sorry, YouTube, didn't mean to say that. But she was going to self-delete or make herself get deleted by somebody else if they weren't really going to let her out, because that way then her friend would have to go. And basically she worked this out without anybody knowing really. And so the lawyer basically went back to the judge and was like, "Hey, is it okay?" I mean, he's like, "Hey, you said you wanted one of them. You didn't say which one. And I know you want her more, but is it okay if we take her home and we let her stay here?" And the judge was like, "Well, I did say I just wanted one, so fair." So that she basically sacrificed her friend, or sacrificed herself for her friend, so her friend could go home, and she was stuck in Taiwan prison. And I don't remember if she ever made it out. I mean, I don't remember if she ever got out, to be honest, because I don't remember what the outcome of it everything was. I know she got left there, and she had to serve out her sentence. I think she might have gotten out after a long time, like 20, 30 years or something like that. But even then, it's like, fuck. But yeah, if you ever want to watch a fucked up movie, Broke Down Palace is a pretty fucked up movie because of the way that it ends. And it's fucked up because the way the movie ends is originally you see Claire Danes gets free. And like it shows her like getting on the airport and going home and shit or something like that. And then the voiceover comes over and she's like, "Yeah, this is really the way I wanted it to end." She's like, "Don't get me wrong. She's like, I wanted to get out of there more than anything. Like, she's like, I did not want to be in prison, like in a foreign country, especially in this prison." She's like, "But this isn't how it ends, because I know that it wouldn't have been right if it ended that way." And then she opened, because like at some point I think she's on the plane or something. She like closes her eyes and then the voiceover is, and she opens her eyes and she's standing in her, because they have these like, if I remember correctly, they have these spots that you have to stand on the ground when you're outside. And I think that you can either just stand there or you can do like Tai Chi or some kind of exercise basically. But it's like an area where you can sit outside and like exercise basically. But you can only stand in this red circle, if I remember correctly. That way all the inmates are spaced apart enough to the point where they can't like harm each other, and it's less likely that like a riot will break out and shit like that. So like she's I think she's like sitting on a plane and she closes her eyes, and then she's like saying this voiceover, and then she opens her eyes and she's standing outside in the jail, and then it shows her friend being let out, and they look at each other one more time, and Claire Danes just smiles at her, and then the girl like smiles, and like you can see she's like crying. She smiles and she waves, and like smiles like thank you, and then she leaves. And that was like the last time they ever saw each other. The girl never, like, she couldn't go back to see her or anything, and she was like too scared because she was figuring if she ever went back, they try to get her again. And that also might have been a condition that if she let her go, they never came back or something like that. I don't remember, but. And that's actually what happened in real life. The girl literally like sacrificed herself so her friend could go home, and she remained in prison. And I don't remember how long she had her. If she ever got out. But yeah, I just remember watching that shit, and I was like, "Oh, dear fucking God!" Actually, I'm gonna wait. Hold on. Oh, it's Kate Beckinsale. I forgot about that. That's the other girl that's in the movie. Super like early movie for her. You barely noticed it. She was in there. Yeah, Thailand. That's where they are. $33 years. Jesus Christ. For possession of drugs for what they can see. Because they were. That's what it was. Sorry, I was just watching something about it because I couldn't remember all the details. Yeah, they were going. So they went to Thailand. They met an Australian dude, go figure, and he tells them to go to Hong Kong with him. But when they go to the airport, they found drugs in their bag. Who happens to be Kate Beckinsale's character, because the dude put him in her bag because it was all a smuggling scheme. He was trying to get the drugs through, but not directly on him, and that was the only way he could do it, basically. So they were like patsies, basically. Of course, the name of the song is, or the name of the movie is actually based on a Grateful Dead song, I believe, if I remember correctly. But yeah, they get sent to 33 years in jail, and Bill Pullman's character, whatever his name is the lawyer, and he gets Kate Beckinsale's character free, and Claire Danes' character stays. And again, it's a true story. Like the girl, I don't remember if I want to say she's probably still there, but I mean, 33 years back in 1990. I mean, she might be close. Well, actually, no, she might be out now if they ever let her out and she survived. Yeah, I mean, that's insane. That's like, fuck. That's somebody ever does that for you, that's a real homie. That's all I can say. That's a real fucking homie. Like somebody who's willing to stay not only in jail for you, but jail in a fucking another goddamn country. Like, oh Lord, I don't think I've ever had a good friend as good as that, nor would I ever actually want one, but they were like right out of high school too, so they were like 18, 19 years old. And I don't remember, the movie was made back in like 99, if I remember correctly. But I don't remember exactly when, I think this happened in like the early 90s, if I remember correctly. So she's probably free by now. Possibly. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say because I don't know when the case actually plays. I want to say she's probably free now, but I remember when I watched the documentary, because they actually did have footage from the real girls, like the real life girls it happened to, and I think that they actually were able to talk to the girl who plays Claire Danes' character, like after, before they left Thailand or whatever, while she was still in jail, and basically like. She basically like, she was like, she was like people, because they were kind of wrapping up or whatever, and they were asking her for, does she have any regrets about this stuff? And she says it's normal to have regrets about something like that because she's like, I'm going to be in jail for a very long time, and I'm going to get out and have missed a lot of my life, and she's like, but honestly, she's like, I wouldn't take it back for anything because she was like, all I ever wanted to do was make a difference in the world, and at least I know for one person I made all the difference in the world. And it's just like, fuck, that's crazy. Like, it's hard to believe that, somebody would do something like that, but goddamn. That was a really obscure fucking movie to remember. Shit, I only saw that movie like twice in my whole life, but yeah, it kind of stuck with me too because when I remember the first time I saw it, I didn't really like it all that much, but I was like, that's crazy. Then I found out it was a true story, and then I watched it again and I was like, God damn, this hits in like a worse way because it's fucking true. Oh, I gotta put my pizza in the oven. I'll be right back. Sorry. Hungry. sorry about that. Oh, my eyes are crusty. What day am I on? 19th. Okay, so check the fridge. Motherfucker ate all the fried dough. You are dough. Dough is a white paste, like mush we feed to old people. Fucking Hangover 2. I watched that with Adam and Milo last time we were hanging out. That shit's funny. You are dope. Read per cross rules. I don't know if I have that one. Do I have that one? I don't have Pacross rules. Who was that? Where did I get that one from? I guess I can finish catching bugs then. Fuck it. Oh well. What do you call someone who's between 90 and 100 years old? A nonagarian? Wow, didn't know that one. Oh yeah, it's heroin that they got. Although I think in the real story it was cocaine. Oh yeah, she doesn't just. That's another thing too. The lady or the girl that Claire Danes plays didn't just take her. Okay, that's right. So one of the things was that she promised to take the girl's time and her time. So they both got 33 years. So basically, she would have to serve 66 years. And that was actually on top of in the movie. They tried to escape, and they actually got 15 years added on there. So she's basically in jail for life. There was nothing that she could do. Like at that point, she was fucked. But that's why she sacrificed herself, because she knew that only one of them was ever going to get out. Where am I going now? 20. Talk to Miss Sofu and climb number 2. Books, Sensei Friends, Crane Game, and Strength. I wonder if none of. Let me go see what's in there. No. Let's see. There was school. Ooh. Oops, that's not what I'm doing. E. How much does the other one do? Oh, it's only 5 more. Fuck all that.
Later.
Really?
All right.
I'm only telling.
don't know what the fuck P-Cross rules. I don't have that book. No, so no one's there. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I think I have to go to the TV room or the TV world soon, so I'll be able to get the last stick hide and I can get everything else I need. I can read the book later if I have to. What's the next book I have to read after this? I guess we'll read Sensei's Friends. For now, anyway. Moon rank? Who the fuck is Moon? Oh, I don't have a moon number. In a moon persona. Where's Moon? Hold on a second. Satan, damn it.
Oh,
Sure.
huh?
Ugh.
Goodbye.
God damn it. Devil, damn it. Satan, damn it. Alright, I gotta go buy some stuff. Alright. That should be enough. We're going to the TV world.
Everyone's here.
Gonna fight some demons and kill them. I mean, how does anybody end up being in Kevin Spacey's basement, Helena?
Did you?
What is this place?
It's all sci-fi.
Oh yeah! I used to watch Featherman all the time when I was a kid.
I
hear that those are really tough shoots. A lot of the actors do their own stunts, like jumping through fire themselves.
Well, it's every man's dream to do.
Yeah, I can understand that. Their action and just the phrase secret hideout.
God. But hey, so this secret hideout thingy, I guess our proper boy detective isn't as grown up as he looks. All right, let's...
Alright, I'm gonna trade her. I'm gonna take her. Wah, 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 doo, 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 doo.
Looks like that one's immune to wind. Three enemies left. That one's totally weak. Better not lose.
Yikes, it's tough.
Oh shit.
Your weakness is... It's weak to fire. This should be... Shouldn't someone heal Yukiko-senpai?
Persona! Good one,
Great,
Senpai!
senpai! You really get me going. Go, senpai!
Good one, Senpai! Persona!
There! Last one. Go
Oops.
Now what could you be weak to? It's weak to fire.
Soda!
3 enemies.
Time for this bit. Here I come! Drill, baby, drill!
Just at it! I live for this part!
Congrats, Senpai! I leveled up! Careful, it's immune to electricity.
They're immune to
Ah,
electricity.
it's immune. Four enemies left. Don't give up. Go! Yeah! Couldn't quite beat it.
Oh, they're allergic. They're sorry, they're resistant to electricity.
3 more to go!
Electricity's busted, but don't get.
Win,
Three
that's
enemies
all I
left.
don't know.
You can win this. Three enemies down. We have a it's showtime. Are you ready? Ready when you are. Go! Beat 'em up! Yukiko-senpai?
The weekend's wind.
Couldn't quite beat it. 3 of them. Don't give up now, okay? Shouldn't someone heal Yukiko-senpai?
Persona!
Enemy down. Nice hit, senpai. Oh, senpai, that was perfect! That one's total.
Oh, it's strong and fire. I just tried that earlier. It didn't work. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
It got back up. Defeat it fast. It got back up. Defeat it fast. Two enemies.
Yo, mind if I'll send you to hell! Suck it! Lay down and
It's
die
good,
already!
Kanji. It's rampage time. Enemy defeated. That's the spirit, Chie-senpai. I wasn't expecting that from you, Kanji. Sweet. Defeated. Amazing, Yukiko-senpai. How's that?
Oh, did I level up?
I don't know why.
Careful. That enemy's immune to wind. Someone finish it off! Just what I'd expect, Chie-senpai. Yikes, Chie-senpai's completely lost it.
Persona!
Get set! Ready when you are! Go! Knock him out! Be careful. There's an ice-immune enemy.
Soda!
2 enemies down. Keep going, Senpai. That one's totally weak. Better not.
So they just don't have any weaknesses, that's all it is.
4 enemies left. Don't give up.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
There's soda! It ain't going down!
Yo! Yukiko-senpai beats the enemy in style. Phew! Enemy defeated. They've weakened Yukiko-senpai. Oh, senpai, you rock! There! Kanji's been hit.
This is gonna be one of those really shitty characters that has absolutely no weakness and just does massive fucking damage for absolutely no fucking reason. Yeah, and you can't hit him apparently, so. That's cool. Cool fucking bad guy, guys. Cool fucking bad guy, you pieces of fucking dog shit ass designers. God damn.
Come on down!
Couldn't come up with any fucking thing better than fucking some asshole fucking statue dodges every fucking attack you have. Fucking stupid. Absolutely fucking garbage.
Go forth!
Whatever.
Have I gotten a little stronger? It's level up time.
I guess this one good thing is that fucking Yukio will level up quite fast.
Careful, it's immune to electricity. Couldn't quite beat it. Senpai, that was perfect!
chance? What? What?
You hit the enemies.
It's my turn. I'll send you to hell. Suck it. Damn, couldn't finish it.
4 of them. You need to thin them out. I wasn't expecting that from you, Kanji. Sweet. Senpai, that was so cool.
Yukiko Senpai? Boy, if looks could kill.
Go Chia Senpai, go! Kick their ass!
Soda.
Enemy down.
Now's our chance for a beatdown. On, Dan.
Is everyone ready? Get set.
Like I'd say no.
Go! Beat him up! One enemy to go. Keep it up.
Oh, it's just gonna blow up on that school.
All right. Oh, that's not good. Darkness won't work.
Soda.
There, got it. It seems weak to ice.
Oh, with the ice.
2
Okay.
enemies left. Don't lower your guard now. Yeah. 2 enemies. Here's our chance. Let's go. Give it. Yay! I leveled up.
Oh, did I level up?
All right, let's get him. Enemy down. Nice move, Senpai.
Soda.
You hit the enemies. All right, keep it up. Enemy down. Okay, okay. Go! There's still 3. Here's this
All right, I think we're calling for today. I actually stayed a little longer than I thought I was going to, but that's fine. But yeah, I'm hungry. My pizza done, and I'm gonna eat some pizza. But I appreciate everybody came in to hang out with your boy today. Always appreciated. Thank you, Helena. Obviously, appreciate you coming to hang out. Thank you, Review Phil. Appreciate you coming to hang out with your boy. Thank you. Hold on, I gotta get back up because I haven't memorized the name yet. Thank you, Kwanzo. Appreciate you, my boy. But thank you for everybody else, even if you didn't say anything. Still appreciate you guys coming to hang out. We will pick this up tomorrow for a birthday stream for myself, since I'm probably not going to be doing much else. Other than that, thank you, everybody. Appreciate everybody who comes to support me, and we'll continue this another day. All right, have a good day, or have a good night. Bye.